I am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick-Nick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick-Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
That Sports for the best authentic sportswear. You check Wilton Sports when you want the best authentic sportswear. Wilton Sports. Food change advertise fee. And if you roll out the numbers, remember, no easy laugh, no off.
Some sports store for take notes. Them full of dreams and hopes. Then why them come and sell rope? When there is only one, yeah, there is only one goat. And that's a Wilson, yeah, that's a Wilson, yeah, that's a Wilson Sports. Yeah, ball boots, ball tops, ball shots, string yard, ball socks. Them kind of drip you quick for make your ex call back. Little quickness in my boots and ball out, me want that. My Nike ticky pretty and my Adidas all black. Dribble down your field with grip, me feel me can't drop. Slide tackle all, me own a team and know this not pop. Why? Because me buy the supper.
All right, good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host, Manningsman. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a fantastic start to your day. Less than an hour before it is midday, and so we continue to say, this is the day that the Lord has made, and let us rejoice and be glad in it. My people, big up yourselves, You understand me? Every single one of you, let me just give a special shout out to Sure Improvement. Listen, you're assured you have a right for you to cover your face, You know what this is about. Sure disappointment. I don't understand you, Right? I don't understand you. You have a right to be covering your face. Big up yourself still. You understand? We know how life is, that there are things that sometimes they pop up, they happen, that makes us unable to meet some of our commitments. So totally understand. Nothing to be ashamed of. Lot of respect still. You understand me? Big up man like Jason in the building. You understand me? I figured that I would have seen Trey Moon on. You're talking about manifesto. He is going to manifest in terms of his presence. So he's here with us. Big up, you understand me, Tyrone Williams, becoming very consistent on as a platform, and we appreciate that. The man who was voted the moderator of the year, you understand me, yours truly, the one and only Mr. Fresh God himself. Bless up my boss. You understand me? Yep. To all the others who are watching, you may not have made a comment yet. Big up yourself, Santini 876. You know, once he says that, you know that has a lot to do with something. That is something right here in Jamaica. RR. Bless up yourself, you know, man. Every time. You know what time of day it is, my boss. Yeah. All right. So bless up. Today will be a very interesting show. We should have a couple of guests coming on the show today as we dive into and look at the manifesto that has been presented by Team Ricketts. So you have Team Anderson and you have Team Ricketts. I have my own take on things, and I will be giving that to you soon. So watch out what's going to happen. You understand me? We're going to talk about a new partnership between Mount Pleasant Academy and Charlton Academy. We're going to speak about that. It is the midway mark of the JPL, the Jamaica Premier League. And we're going to show you the point standing where that is at. See how your team is performing. KW Media, bless up to you. So we always begin by giving thanks for the life that we have, and that life is found in the Most High God, the Creator God, the one who made the heavens and the earth, the one who will never suffer our foot to be moved. He keeps us, and he never slumbers, and he never, ever sleeps. All right? So give thanks to the Most High God for all his goodness. We are forever grateful. You understand me? We also want to speak to you, and I'm going to just show you this flyer. There's a couple of things that are happening. One is the next camp being held for boys who can represent the North American camp, that is boys who can represent Jamaica at the under 17 level. Big up to Sherman Scott himself. One done, one Clarendon. You know how it is. Yeah, you know that. You understand me? You hear the man? What the man have to say? You understand me? My peso parin peanut. Big up yourself. All right, my boss. All right, so let me show you this, and then we can get some of these things out of the way before we get to more pertinent discussion. So here it is, Jamaica U17 Boys North American Camp, hosted by Coach Freddie Butler. It will be at Springs Soccer Club, right? Experienced players only. The date is January 27th to 28th. That's 2 days, and you must be born 2008 or 2009. The location is at Cypress Park, 1301 Coral Spring Drive, Coral Springs, Florida. You can contact Karen.Lumsden at jff.live or Karen.Clark-Lumsden at jff.live. Players, note that all players must possess a Jamaican passport or citizenship is in the process of acquiring such. All right? You have coaches like Richard Edwards. You have coaches like Boris Johnson. Coaches like Freddie Butler, Carlton Simmons. You understand me? Roger Thomas and other Kerry James, and all of these people are making that program work over there. So get involved, be a part of it, check them out, see what is happening. Yep. You understand me? You know that I also have to speak to you about a big event happening up at Constant Spring Football Field. Yep. Yeah, Constant Spring Football Field. Yeah, it is happening, people, on this weekend, this Saturday. Let me make sure I find it and I can give you the accurate information, right? Beasley, the Monday coming out here to take on the Constant Spring Masters. So it is the Beasley Club from New York. They'll be touring Jamaica to play Masters League games against many times winners Constant Spring Masters and an All-Star Masters invitation. So it is Beasley Club versus Constant Spring Masters this Saturday at the Constant Spring. It is the 3rd of February, my bad. And man is man, I try beg a 5 minutes, So Captain Fabian, leave a 5 minutes to me, The 3rd of February, the game will be at 5 p.m. They'll also be playing against a team from Clarendon on February the 6th. So check that out. You understand me? Lots and lots of football going on. Make sure that big up to Siobhan Peart. Bless up everyone in the chat. Hope you guys are doing well. Brian Myton says, man, please ensure the information given to the public is correct, my boss. Kerry is not a coach, my boss. Man is a clipper. You know what, Kerry? We're asking you to do some clips of yourself. When you went down the flank and you kind of edited the video to make people believe that you're this fantastic left-sided winger. But, having walked past a couple of lazy players, the goal was wide open and you booted it wide. You need to do some clip about how not to score. Because that is what I think you were teaching. Big up of Mr. Kerry James. Yes. I don't know if I should. No, I am not going to do that. I don't want no problems. I only want peace. I only want peace, my people. I don't want no problems. I was about to cause some problems, but I've decided that I shall not do so. No problems. I want to big up man like Garnet Denton. They call him Codfish, Them guys, long time supporter of the channel, faithful subscriber and supporter, always showing love to man. Big up wherever you are right now. Man like Sambo, big up yourself as well. Up and running, Sir Sambodini. All right. Yes. So let me show you as well. I need to show you what is going on in the JPL. So all the teams have played all their games. So all the games that Harborview and Cavaliers have had outstanding. They have managed to play those games. So there are no outstanding fixtures left right now. So that is good for the football. So we're going to look at like I said, we're going to look at what is the point standing at this time of the fixtures. All right, we're going to look at the point standing at this time of the fixtures because that is important. So let's see if we can show you what's going on. Lots of shifting in the tables as team played their what we call their makeup games. So let's see if we can find that, and then we go focus the rest of the time on what we call the bigger topics. So this is the Jamaica Premier League 14-team competition, and we're going to show you what's going on in the JPL. How is your team faring at the midway stage of the Jamaica Premier League? Here we go. All right, that is your point standing. Take a look. How is your team doing? Take a look. Yep, that is the updated point standing. Yep. So Mount Pleasant continues to lead after 13 games. They have 28 points, a goal difference of 11, 9 wins, 1 drawn game, and 3 losses. In second position is Portmore United. 13 games played, 8 wins, 3 drawn games, 2 defeats, 14 is their goal difference. And they have 27 points. Third place, we have Cavalier. No S at the end. They have played 13 games, 8 wins, almost identical record as Portmore United, except their goal difference is 2 less. Then we move to the Gardens. Tivoli Gardens, they are in 4th position. 13 games, 7 wins, 3 drawn games, and 3 victories. Goal difference is 12, and they have 24 points. Then we have the other garden, Arnett Gardens, 13 games played, 7 wins, 3 drawn games, 3 losses, a goal difference of 8, 24 points. Then we have Dunby Holden, 13 games played, 6 wins, 3 drawn games, 4 losses, minus 2 goal difference with 21 points. Rounding off the top half of the table is Waterhouse, who have played 13 games, 5 wins, 4 drawn games, 4 losses, 6 is their goal difference, 19 points. Then we have Vere United, 13 games played, 5 wins, 3 drawn games, 5 losses, they have 18 points. Then the Stars of the East, Harborview, they have played 13 games, only 3 wins, 1 coming in their most recent games, 6 drawn games, 4 losses, minus 1 is their goal difference. They're on 15 points. Same as Mobay United, who lies in 10th position, having played 13 games. They have 4 wins, 3 drawn games, 6 losses, minus 5. Then we have the Lions of Clarendon, the humble ones. They have played 13 games. They have 4 wins, 2 drawn results, 7 losses, minus 8 is their goal difference. Losing Andrew Price has not been of much benefit to them. We have had 2 coaching casualties so far this season. In 12th place, we have Malines United. So the teams who have sacked their coaches are 11th and 12th. 13 games they have played. They have all but 1 dege win. Oh, they have 5 drawn games and they have lost 7. They have a minus 13, 8 points. Then we have Treasure Beach out of St. Elizabeth, newly promoted team they are. Treasure Beach has played 13 games. They have only 2 victories, or more than Malines. They have 1 drawn game, but they have lost the most games of the JPL season. They have lost 10 games, minus 15. They have to work on their defense, get scoring some goals. They have 7 points. And at the rear of the table, they are sour. Oh, they are Limey, Lime Hall Academy. Oh, 13 games play, and they are still unable to secure their first win of the JPL season at the midpoint stage. They have 4 drawn games. They have lost 9 games. Minus 19 is their goal difference, and they have a mere 4 points at the foot of the table. What a thing. Big up Mr. United. Jew, aka Jew Fortis. Bless up yourself. So that's what's happening in the JPL. Why are JPL teams? Are there any schoolboys who can impact the JPL for the remainder of the season? We will see. There are many schoolboys playing. Why are JPL teams signing 26 and 29-year-olds instead of talented local 16 and 19-year-olds? All right, I don't know. Gunner's boss is here. Bless up Gunner's boss. It's time we get some Galifesto, he says. He's tired of the Manifesto. He wants some Galifesto. That's Gunner's boss. All right. I don't know what's going on over there in Philadelphia with Gunner's boss. He's in some gal business today. I don't know what he's talking about. All right, people, my people. All right, so let's dive into some pertinent matters. All right. Well, let's news broke this morning that yesterday that the under-20 team begin their preparation for the first stage of competition at the beginning of February this evening. All right, so training begins this evening. Training begins this evening. All right. Yes, that's the word. Yeah, that's the word on the street. The training begins this evening, and the media is allowed for the first 15 minutes as usual. So Mr. John Wall will be going through his paces with the under-20 team. I believe that the head coach, Himir Hallgrimsson, may be there for this first session, you know. So if you want to see him, meet him, you know, you can. I think he's going to be there. That's Coach Himir Hallgrimsson should be there for this first training session. To me, I think the preparation has started late. I don't know who to blame, but this is really, really late preparation. And I don't believe this is preparation to prepare the squad. I think this is preparation. I believe that this is preparation to find a squad. And that is the challenge that I have with it. It is preparation to find a squad. All right. We also have coming up as well the Youth Classic Tournament. Yeah, in Lauderhill Sports Complex from January 16 to 21. Yes, and you know, for that competition, let me tell you what is going on. You know it. We were there last year with them bringing it on. You'll have Plantation FC, Tobago Select, Lauderhill Lions, Rush Select Academy. You'll have Inter Miami Under 19, Traveler High, Jamaica All Schools will also be there. All right, so it is Tuesday the 16th, Wednesday the 17th, Thursday the 18th, Friday the 19th, yes, Saturday the 20th, and Sunday the 21st. All right, so it is over there at Lauderhill Sports Park. Big up, yeah, you understand me? It is a Youth Classic Tournament coming up this year. So make sure you go and check it out. You know, easy to get a ticket to go over there. Ha ha ha. I am telling you, you can buy a ticket, man. Go over there. What's the all school team? I think the all school team should do well this year at this competition. I mean, lots of the players are available. So let's see what is going to happen. I don't know how. Well, you know what? They may have some problems getting some of the better players because there is going to be the under-20 preparation at the same time. Yes. Yeah. You know what? I don't know the under-20 players who are actually in training. I don't know. I haven't gotten the squad. So everything is so tight-lipped, you know. Everybody trying to keep everything undercover and hide everything, and they think that that is a good thing. But what they're realizing is that when you do that, you're disconnecting people from the football. Why would you not? I guess because they haven't selected the team, and man is not my portfolio, so I will not get myself involved in it because it's not part of my. Yeah, and yep, it's not a part of I portfolio, so not really checking on it or following up on it. All right, so January and the under 20 team, they begin their preparation um uh shortly. We also got news as from via a press release of a big partnership between Mount Pleasant, yes, Mount Pleasant and Charlton Academy. So let me share the press release with you for those of you who are unaware of it. It says Charlton Athletic are delighted to announce a partnership with the leading Jamaican football academy, Mount Pleasant, with the long-term aim of further improving the quality of elite players graduating from the club's esteemed academy. The Mount Pleasant Academy is a charitable organization offering talented children from throughout the Caribbean region fully funded boarding school scholarship. Mount Pleasant's first team are the current Jamaica Premier League champions, and the club has also provided two members of the current Reggae Boy squads, as have the addicts in Michael Hector and Keroy Anderson. The mountain to the valley partnership will, I prefer if it is the valley to the mountain. You understand me? I don't like from the mountain to the valley. It sounds like you're going down. I prefer from the valley to the mountain. What say you, my people? Hey, you need to who did this press release? You need to change that. It cannot be from the mountain to the valley. It must be from the valley to the mountain. Anyway, yeah. All right. The Mountain to the Valley partnership will provide a clear pathway to playing professional football in London for talented young Caribbean footballers, whilst allowing Mount Pleasant to benefit from the knowledge, experience, and expertise of Charlton's academy. Non-executive director Paul Elliott, CBE, MBE, a Charlton Academy graduate who himself has Jamaican roots, said this long-term strategic partnership will allow Charlton to dramatically increase the talent pool our brilliant academy is able to draw from. A lot of Charlton's most successful homegrown player of the last 50 years have been of Jamaican origin, including many in the current team, so there's also a really good cultural fit. Owner of Mount Pleasant, Peter Gould, commented that this memorandum of understanding is a symbol of solid partnership and mutual commitment to the development of football talent in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. This will help move regional football forward as young athletes will get an opportunity to hone their skills and develop their talents outside of the region. As Mount Pleasant continues to showcase its unique blend of football and academics, sporting director Paul Christie noted that Mount Pleasant is already fortunate enough to attract many of the very best young players from throughout the Caribbean. Didn't know that? Our belief is that this partnership with such a renowned London club will make us even more of an attractive proposition for talent. Charlton and Mount Pleasant have long-standing connections at many levels, from our respective ownerships to directors to coaching staff, so we are going to be building on firm foundations. Charlton's academy was ranked 8th in England as of 2022, and long-standing academy director Steve Avery added, quality recruitment is the key to a successful academy. Quality recruitment is the key to a successful academy. Our recruitment of talented players in the immediate Charlton catchment area has been a key factor in our success and youth development over so many years. It all starts with talent, ID. The Mount Pleasant partnership is an interesting, potential, fruitful link outside of our South and East London focus. And I know Berth Dawkins, Academy Recruitment Manager, who has been over to Jamaica to visit Mount Pleasant, is very positive about the possibilities with players' recruitment from an emergent CONCACAF Academy program. As part of the various committees underpinning the partnership, Charlton young players will take part in annual youth tournament at Mount Pleasant's campus, while the Addicts will host Mount Pleasant senior side in an annual pre-season charity match at the Valley. What? Top of the morning to you, Dre. You hear that, people? Pre-season, Mount Pleasant playing against Charlton Academy. Wow. Charlton Academy. Charlton Academy. Wow. Sending their U teams to come and play here in Jamaica at Mount Pleasant. What say you people? I like the sound of this. I think this is a great partnership. We need more partnerships like this, like places like Vallejo is doing as well. Lots of good partnership for the football. Great initiative. Yes, very interesting times. Very, very interesting times. Like the idea. Believe that it can bear good fruit. I hope like a player like Devontae Campbell. Because there are some good young players down there, even in the first team. Devontae Campbell is one. Nathaniel James is another, though he's from Trinidad and Tobago. Jules is the next one. Kale Ari, I think his name is the next good one. So they have some very good young players there. So let's see. We have a caller coming in, and then, like I said, we have a manifesto to talk about. So let's take this call. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports.
Good afternoon, man.
It's still morning.
Well done, program as usual.
It's still morning. Sorry.
Good morning. Good morning. So it was just a question I was asking. Why are JPL clubs looking at signing 26 to 29-year-olds players like Jordan Fletcher, the other young man that's going to Montego Bay United, instead of talented 16 to 19-year-olds? My reason for the question is, there are some people that will say, how come Hal Grimson, our national coach, is not calling up these talented youths, or how come John Wall is not calling up these talented youths to the U20? Yet the very same clubs that are responsible for developing these players don't think they can help them win in the JPL. And we all know that international football is a higher level than the JPL.
All right. So just a couple of thoughts to share to the same. The JPL teams are going to select players that they believe not on potential first, but players who can help them to stay in the league and to win the league. And a club may opt to buy experienced players for that purpose. Even in the EPL, people do that. And I believe the teams, there should be more, but the teams have talented players, a lot of the teams. But the question is, are there like many talented players? Because all the talented players in the Manning Cup and the Costa Cup are connected with one of with the JPL teams, are a tier 2 team. The better players either play tier 2 or Premier League, the better players. Unless you're at Phoenix, where you're part of Phoenix Academy. But all the others are engaged at the tier 2 level or at the JPL level.
Why is it that some of these young players, we're talking players between 16 and 20 years old, why are they choosing to play at the tier 2 level instead of the JPL level? Because the JPL is the highest level of football in Jamaica.
Yeah, but you'd have to tell me like the talented player that because remember as well, like when you see a 16-year-old, he still lives with his parents. He may not want to. He's talented, but he doesn't want to play professional football. He lives in Manchester. Manchester don't have a Premier League team. What is he going to do?
Understood. Okay.
Because he goes to Manchester High School. How is he going to travel from Manchester to go to training, say at Harborview, and get back and do his exams and all of those things? So just how football is structured in Jamaica, it makes a lot of those things hard to do because I don't believe that parents should advise their kids to leave out of school to play JPL. If they're going to play overseas, that is different.
So let's say players who are in Westmoreland or Hanover who are talented, playing at Treasure Beach or playing at
Treasure Beach. What I'll say to you, Treasure Beach is very, very. Depending on where you live, in Westmoreland, Treasure Beach is very far, or even Hanover, it's very far. Westport Park is far from even some of the communities in Hanover in terms of getting there for training, especially if the kid is going to school.
Understood. Hence why they're choosing the JPL tier 2 option.
Right, because the tier 2, almost every parish have a tier 2. So if it's in your parish, it becomes easier for you to be involved in it. So like, for example, Westmoreland has 2 teams. Hanover had one, not sure if it is still in it. But I know like
Hanover has Hopewell United.
They're still in it. I think they got relegated.
Yes, they're not doing well, but they're still in it.
I think they got relegated. You sure they're in it?
Yeah, when I look at it, I just looked at the list the other day. I think I saw the 14 teams. I would have to look it up. And
you sure it's a new list? Okay, I thought they were relegated, but maybe. Yeah. All right. Maybe they're still in it. So St. Bess from St. Elizabeth is there. So you have that, right?
Falmouth United is there. United is there.
There you go. So it's easier sometimes for a player to stay and play at one of those clubs because how many players in the Manning Cup and the Costa Cup can make a Premier League, a JPL roster?
All right. So
because age is not the reason. Not because you're young, you're supposed to play with Jordan Fletcher, you know.
No. So let's put a pin on that, right? So your exact statement. How many top the Costa Cup and Manning Cup players can make a JPL roster?
I don't. Right? That's how are we going to answer that question, Dwight?
No. Well, but see where I'm going, right? See where I'm going with this. if you're struggling to make a JPL roster, how is the national
No,
team
I
coach
didn't.
supposed
I
to go
didn't know.
to the
I
U20 at the same
hear
time?
that, but who
Or
said?
U23 team?
No, here's what I'm saying. Who said that they're struggling to make the roster?
So let me ask you this: the U20 players that John Wall has in camp, most of them are. Would you say most of them are good enough and capable of making a JPL roster?
All the players, from what I understand, all the players that are in the under 20 play in the JPL.
Good. Okay. No. All right. All right. All right. That would be my expectation.
But John Wall
Right?
did say
That
that
would
in
be
the,
my.
but he did say that in the interview that he did.
Okay. That would be my expectation at a bare minimum that they are either attached to a JPL club or are currently playing in JPL club.
Yeah, and Pesa is confirming that Hopewell is in the tier 2.
Yeah. I have the list there. Grace in from St. Mary, Racing United from St. Catherine, True Juice from Clarendon, Petersfield from Westmoreland, Hopewell United from Hunter, Auckland from St. James, Portlanders from Portland, Mid Forest from Casafa, Brownstown from St. Anne, St. Bess from St. Elizabeth, Chapeltown Maroons from Clarendon, Baptist Alliance, I think they are from St. Thomas, Falmouth United from Trelawney, and Reno FC from Westmoreland.
Oh, so there's no team from Manchester?
No, not
Okay.
that I know. If somebody can confirm where Baptist Alliance is from, I believe
Baptist Alliance is, I think, from St. Thomas.
Right. So there's no teams from Manchester, and I want to say Portland has a team.
And True Juice is from St. Catherine.
True Juice is from St. Catherine. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so True Juice is from St. Catherine. So really and truly, I believe Manchester is the only parish without
representation.
tier 2 or yes. So all right, it's good knowledge, and I take the knowledge and I stand corrected on some of my thoughts.
And Brian, I think Mile Gully was a team from Manchester that got knocked out last season. But Brian is saying that Med Forest is not from Casafa; they are not affiliated. But didn't Casafa say that they were going to start playing in the tier 2, Brian? That would mean that Med Forest would have their affiliation back. But
that's I think that's up for debate. But either way, Med Forest is from the Kingston St. Andrew metro area.
But Brian,
they might not be directly aligned with Casafa right now. There is some debate.
But Casafa did say that they are going to participate in tier 2. Downs was a team from Manchester, yes.
Yeah, they got relegated. To Parish League.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Good knowledge. Okay. Thank you very much.
He's saying that what he's saying is that Med Forest is actually on a ban now from Casafa, so they are not.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, they are. But in terms of geographically where they are located, they're in the Casafa area.
Yeah. All right. So, all right.
Thank you, sir.
All right then. All right.
All right. Respect.
All right. Yeah. So we have we're going to try to see if we can make some contact now with Charlie Metven. Of Charlton. Let's see if we can get him on the program. Let's make a call and see if this will work. All right, so let's see if he will call us back. I didn't see the message. Oh, he was available, but he won't be available until 5:45. All right, let's see. Let's see if he will call back when he's available. Let's just send him that. All right, let's see if we can get him online and hear what is going on. All right, wonderful. So, all right, so Hopewell is in it. So the only parish right now that doesn't have representation is the parish of Manchester. All right. So we spoke about the Charlton connection. We spoke about the midway point of the JPL. We spoke about Wall and the U20's. I don't have the squad listing or the persons in training. What I can do is, based on what I've heard, here are some of the players that I think in Jamaica who should be there: Christopher Ainsworth, Dunstan Cohen, Ronaldo Barrett, Adrian Reed, Tyrese Gow, Leo Campbell. Those players I know play in the Premier League. And there's a player at Portmore called Gio, a young player, was at Mount Pleasant Academy. I don't know. About, is Clear Clark playing football? Last time I heard that Clear Clark was injured. Zidane Christie. I don't. Gio Headley. There you go. Gio Headley is his name. All right, people. These are just names. I don't have no list. I'm just thinking like some of the names that I know who actually play in the Premier League, are at least in the last season. Oh, Clear Clark transferred from Cavaliers to Humble Lion. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Let me see if we can get Paul Maxwell. He's a busy man, No, let's see if we can get him. And have a profile picture with a generation of children, Is this Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
My name is Management from I Am Sure Sports. And
hold on, man. Before you go further, I'm on the air.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. That's what I was about to tell you.
Okay. Go ahead. What you going to?
All right.
Certain things I can't answer though. But go on. I don't even know what the show is.
I just heard that Clear Prince Christie play for Humble Lion. Oh, I hear that Clear Clark is at Humble Lion. No?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
Okay. So he's playing some football because I know that he wasn't playing earlier. But I was just calling out. We're just trying to, because I know that the under-20 team begins training this evening.
They do?
That's so there's a press release. So you don't know that there's a press release. Okay. All right. I thought you knew that.
I can't recall. Yeah. I think I might have seen it. Yeah. And the press is supposed to be there 4:30 or something. I think I've seen it. Not sure.
Oh, listen, not because you. All right. Listen, if you start acting like that, people will know for sure that you work on the inside, because that's a very strange answer.
I do not work on the inside.
Yeah, but that's
this is you call me as an independent person, please.
Yes, so that's what I'm talking to you as an independent person.
Right. Okay.
And you're going to tell me that you don't know. And you and I, you are in a place where that information was, and you saw it. So I don't like that.
Saw it and
that was
came
yesterday.
To my phone.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
And you're saying that you can't recall it.
Yes. But I don't remember the details though. But go on. Go on.
Okay. So I was just calling some names based on some of the criteria that John Wall has set in terms of possible persons who could be. And then Fresh God was just telling me about Clear Clark and Zidane Christie. As a next name, somebody said Malik Robinson. who also plays for Humble Lion. Just names persons are calling Gio Headley from Portmore United as persons who are possibly going to be at the training camp.
On 2005, 2006, right?
I don't.
Man. I think that is part of the criteria.
I am asking you because I don't know when they are born. I haven't gone. We're doing the show, so I'm just asking you, right? And so we have Christopher Ainsworth, Dunstan Cohen, Ronaldo Barrett, Adrian Reed, Leo Campbell. I mean, I had Tyrese Go, but Peso said that Tyrese Go has not kicked a ball.
He has not, for fact, yes. He's not training with Dunby Holden. I don't know what's happening there.
Holden. I heard that he's probably looking at making a move outside of Jamaica.
Possibly, because I did speak to Dunby Holden management the other day, him, and they said they haven't seen him. So I know he's not training. He hasn't trained for a while.
So how he can be a player for the club and he's not been? Anyways, that's not your.
I can't answer them things.
But I mean, who are some of the other players out there that are in the Premier League that we can expect to be a part of? They may not make the team. Oh, somebody said Malik Robinson is 16. Okay, he's 16 and he plays for Dunby Holden. Then maybe they can look at him. Because if he's 16 and he's playing in the Premier League, that is good. Or is he too young for under 20?
Yeah. No, I don't think so. They're going to have... Let me just say one thing, though. The last time, I think there was a case... By the way, this is my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Not anything to do with policy for anything.
No. Yeah,
let me just say that straight. This is just my personal opinion.
Leader, number one, let me help you. By now, all of YouTube land understand that everything you say is your opinion. They are not based on any facts, and you're not a policy maker. I think all of YouTube knows that.
Right. I just want to say that.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen now. I've seen in the last under 20, where you had players that were only Manning Cup players. I can call the name of one. I know Christopher Pearson was basically a Manning Cup player. And then he played some Premier League games leading into the under 20 being selected. And I think, so some way he would have been in that criteria. For me personally, I would not use that. I can't tell you what the coach is to do, but I wouldn't use a player just coming. He would have to have been in the system at least maybe a year or so. No, you understand? So being able to not just training, getting active minutes, playing. So meaning they would have had at least maybe a year's experience training at the Premier League level and also getting minutes at the Premier League level. Coming just from the Premier League and getting, say, 6 weeks, for me personally, that doesn't make them a Premier League player as yet. You understand? Unless they were a starter where there are about 3 youngsters in the Portmore squad I know that are starting getting minutes and they are just coming out. Won't qualify them players but in the squad. But I think that some people try to get people in or just have them registered. They have to be actually logging minutes, good minutes. And that's been something they have been developing for over a year now. Continue.
Okay. I think what you're saying, it makes, there's some merit to it because you shouldn't just play 20 minutes and say you play Premier League so you don't qualify. I can agree.
Exactly.
I can agree. You should be playing consistently in the league over a period of time. But this youngster,
right.
This youngster though from Humble Lion was there, I understand, from last season at 15. Remember, he was one of them that was, I think, the youngest player in the league.
Malik under 17.
Malik,
he goes to the Jamaica under 17, right?
Malik Robinson.
Yeah, man. Malik Robinson, I know him.
Yeah.
He goes to the Java Master.
Okay.
I know him.
All right. So Brian is saying that by your logic, then we shouldn't see people like Alex Xavier Gooden then in the U20 setup.
Alex Xavier Gooden has been there for over a year. This is his second year in the Premier League setup.
Playing regularly at Cavaliers.
Since this season, he has been accumulating minutes. I know that. I can't say no. It don't matter to me, you know.
No, I know.
So don't
no, yeah,
go
man, I
into
know
it. Is
we
I'm
know
answering.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I can give my actual opinion.
Why you
yeah.
have to justify? You're giving your opinion, and every time
Hold
you
on.
answer your opinion, you have to
Manins,
justify
can you
why.
put me on hold a minute? Manins,
Yeah, man.
give me Manins. I need to answer a question. Just give me a minute. I'll be back. You can call me back if you get cut. Hold on. Just give me a minute. I have to take a.
Yeah. So, leader. Yeah. Big up Mr. Fans in the building. Boy, I can't get like nobody can tell you who are trained for Jamaica under 20. Oh geez. I think we have leader back. Yeah. Nobody. I don't understand this. No, like people are going to see the kids today and nobody can tell you who are trained. This is madness. Like why nobody in Jamaica can know who is training to try make a team? Like, why you have to be digging and feel like if somebody taught them or getting a problem? Because no one is supposed to know who is training. Oh my Lord, man. Come on. What kind of madness? That's why this thing ain't going anywhere, you know. Because a simple list of players training to try and make is now a big secret in Jamaica. Nobody is supposed to get the names, but yet they're having the press up there. What kind of madness is that? This is how sensible people operate in the context of football. Jeez, man, you just stop it. This is not like the squad going to the place to play. Anyway, sorry, I'm leader. You're back. Leader. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, man.
Huh? Yeah, you were going to give your opinion on based on the question about Alex Xavier Gooden.
Done already 1 full year training minutes last season, and he's getting a little bit more. But I can't comment on that. I can't comment more than that. That's the facts or the facts are. I can tell you the facts on that. Yeah. Why single out that one?
No,
there are others like I think. Well, go on.
No,
I'm not going to single out any name. Go on. No, I just specified it like what I said. Basically, you have to be looking at players that have been since. Okay, the idea is that 3 months of schoolboy football cannot help with the development of a player. So what they are looking at is that players, meaning once the schoolboy season is finished, they are attached to their Premier League clubs to continue their training. So you would have players that say the Premier League would have finished, say last year, or say 2022. I'm going to use 2022. 2022, this December, they play their last match. By sometime mid-2022, December, they would be attached to a Premier League club. And they would have been training 2023, January, February, March, April, right down. And then after that, they might get a break for maybe a 6 weeks or so, go back into the Manning Cup program. And then, so they would at least be playing probably football, at least training regularly. You understand? In a competitive environment. That's the idea. The typical schoolboy that plays would be training from just say the best of them from July going and then finishing off in December, the better programs, because a lot of them, a lot of people don't realize that a whole heap of talented players stop playing by the second week of October, the second week of October, and then they are inactive till the following year.
Okay.
And that's what we want to eliminate. Those cannot compete internationally.
Okay. So all right. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to really get down into the nitty-gritty of who, which player and all of that. But we cannot say, based on the amount of minutes the players are going to, the players have played, accumulated minutes over whatever period, and then say they have been training with the teams. training cannot be, because we all know that training experience and match experience is two different things. It is good that they could be training with a JPL team, but if all you're doing is training and not having professional minutes, only high quality training, it is still inadequate.
I agree. So there has to be a combination of both. So players should be training and getting some quality minutes. If they're not, it doesn't make sense. So if at the end of a season, a player has 0, 15, 20, 30, which is one of the problems with a lot of youngsters out there. They might be say, yes, a coach will tell you, I spoke to a coach the other day and they told me, oh, they have about 6 players from the high school in the unit. And I said, okay, how many minutes have they gotten? And they said, oh, one of them starts. And then when I dig a little bit further, the other 4 are, so it's really just 2 actually playing, so to speak. The others are there, but they're not getting any time as yet.
Yeah, you know,
maybe as I said, time goes.
You know, as a leader, that the consistency of the minutes are very important.
Yes.
Do you know I'd rather have, right? I'd rather have 6 30 minutes than 2 90 minutes.
I agree.
It makes sense. So if a player,
yeah, of course,
if a player ends up having 180 minutes in season 1, 180 minutes in season 2, what is going on? What is going on? The FBI.
Okay, for me, let me tell you something. You say for me, in my opinion, for me.
No, you want me to finish up the point?
Oh, finish up the point.
So here is the thing. If a player plays 360 minutes, which is 290 minutes this season and 290 minutes this season, and then our next player plays 12 games, 30 minutes, I'd rather go with the player that has played 12 games of 30 minutes than one who played the first game of the season, the last game of the season, and then he played the first game of one season and the last game of the other season. Because the 12 games in a row is a consistency that I think there's better output than the other scenario that I explained.
Okay, and I agree, because if you look at it, what they do in most development leagues abroad, they make sure the players consistently get, their minutes, and they are encouraged to make sure, because what somebody was mentioning, the JPL technically should be a developmental league. You understand? So it should be looking at giving those younger players, because for me, a benchmark for a season, minimum for any season for a player should be 400 minutes, somewhere around that.
But leader, you know that to be fair though, even Dunstan Cohen, he didn't have 400 minutes last. If he has 400 minutes,
yes, he did. Leader.
At Veer last season, Dunstan Cohen did not have 400 minutes. Last season.
How many minutes did he have, sir? Sir?
I'm telling you, leader.
No, I know he has over 1,000 minutes.
Last season, he didn't have 400 minutes, leader. He had 1,000 minutes last season.
No, not for one season. Not for over. He has accumulated over 1,000 minutes. Though.
But that's the point I'm making.
And he was
But leader,
Cohen was a regular starter to the latter part for most of the season. So that's strange.
Leader, do not say most of the leader. Don't say most of the season. Your first word was better. The latter part.
Okay.
Listen, who's telling me that Dunstan Cohen started most games last season for Veer? Why not do that, man? Not do me that, man.
Anyway. I think when he came back from I won't say for sure, but I know I followed this kid a lot.
Started most games.
He actually did. He's a regular starter from last season.
What do you call regular starter?
No, Mannings, I can say this much that if you probably check it.
No, leader, I want to ask let's just keep this one. What constitute a player being a regular starter? There are 20 last season. How many teams were in the JPL last season?
14.
14.
Yeah.
14 teams. 26 games. Mm-hmm. What is a regular starter? in a 26-game season.
No, the thing is, he wouldn't be available for the part. No, you have to look at the matches when he's available. Say he is not available for the first 13 then, right? But he's available for the last 13, and he plays all 13 of those. It's 100%, that's enough.
So you can tell what you can say, like Pesa is telling me that because listen, it's 26 games, right? 13 half of 13 is what? 6.5. So Peso is trying to convince me that Dunstan Cohen played over 20 of the 26 games.
That's a little stretch. That's a stretch.
Peso is
it's not as much as that. I don't think it's not as much as that.
Peso is trying to convince me that Dunstan Cohen started over 20 odd of the 26 game that Veer played last season.
No. Let me tell you why. Okay, it's a little stretch when you say that, to be honest. I think the only player that has more minutes than Cohen is Ainsworth, but Ainsworth was not playing any schoolboy football. So it's a stretch. He should actually have more than... Well, let me tell you, I won't say no, but I know he has started a number. And look here, Pessoa has to look at it. This kid went away to,
I didn't say exactly.
He wasn't here for a while. So that him couldn't have that much. Him couldn't do that many. He couldn't. He didn't. It's not that much him have, man. He wasn't here for a while and so when him no, man, he never have that much. But once he's available, he's a regular starter, though.
Keanu Jackson is not a regular starter.
No.
There you go. There you go. So so even those things we have to look at. How consistent are the players playing? But I don't know. Here's the issue, the challenge I'm having. One of the challenge I'm having right now, and this is why part of the issue that the JFF continues to have is this. And I don't get to the manifesto yet, but this is going to sweetly segue into it. Is this. Once you have this kind of a system, you are bound to have conflicts. Because here is what. There's an election. It is possible to believe, that people are saying, but what about how come these players from my parish don't even get called up? Me not vote for you.
But I don't understand where you're going now with players from a parish. You're talking about club. If you don't even you don't even have a Premier League club. I don't understand how the parishing even comes in there.
Oh, yeah. No, but so you believe that only players in the training camps, only players in Premier League going to be training? You believe that?
No, I don't know. I know there won't be because, as I said, Coach Wall did say that you would have...
No, man. I hear what Coach Wall says, but listen to what I'm saying. In an election year, it is possible to believe that a person who has a vote could put forward the position that for you to get me to vote for you, I have to know which player from my parish will be called up for the under-20 training. Not to make the team, because they have to go to the training and prove themselves. Do you understand the point I'm making? Exactly.
No, I have heard that before. That I can say I've heard this before, where parish presidents seeing players at least. I know that parish presidents in the past have felt good seeing that when they do a list of players that's in a various youth squad and they at least say that they have a one or a two there, it appeases them. That's all I can say. Whether or not they make the final thing is not, but at least they get some sort of a try, a look in. You understand? Which makes sense, I suppose, because you never know.
Yeah.
You understand? But yeah. Well,
and that is why one of the biggest, yeah. But so nobody really knows who is going to turn up for the training. Nobody don't know.
True.
That is the issue. So there's a training today and people don't know who is going to turn up. So how does a coach prepare?
People don't know who's going to turn up today, sir?
They don't know. No, nobody don't know.
Okay.
You don't know. You don't know who gonna turn up.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
You
I actually
you don't know.
I really don't know.
The coach,
A
the coach, the coach.
youngster did call me a while ago to ask me, and I said I don't know
Yeah,
anything.
and so
Actually,
so
don't.
why are you because I said that and you're repeating it as if what I was saying is not the case.
No, maybe some people do know. I don't, but I don't have work anything like that. So I don't know. Can't comment on anything like that. I say my personal thing. Nothing. I can't say anything on that. But I'm sure that they're going to have something. I'm sure because at this stage, I think we'll be good, man. I don't see any problems. Players will be there. I'm sure. And so who is to be there would probably know already. So I don't think there's any big deal.
All right, we will see. We will see. One thing I'm sure about is that the press will be there. I am sure that the press will be there. All right.
I saw that thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most contentious issue, and it's kind of strange that for this particular picture they have the great Andre Blake photo right here. One of the big issue, and I think on this matter, I think both sides are close. So one is worse, and as Jamaicans would say, the other one is worser on this particular issue in their manifestos. This part says when it comes on to the goals and visions, or the visions and goals of Team Ricketts.
It says, Manins, you finished with me now, right?
Yeah, man. What?
Yeah, man. Okay, so I can exit. Yeah, man. Come on,
you don't have no information. What good?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yes, people. That was leader. All right. Not leading by being helpful. It says enforce a Jamaica-born quota system for youth players. So first thing, wording is important. It says enforce, right? You know what that means? That there is a quota system in place. What they are going to do is to ensure that the quota system is enforced. You know, if they say that the law needs to be enforced, it is not saying that there is going to be a new law. What that means is that the present laws are not being enforced. So when the vision item says enforce it, it means that it is clearly established, but it has been breached, and now they are going to enforce it. So it says the percentage of Jamaican-born players representing on team has been gradually falling with each team that is selected. Only 6 players of the 24 reggae girls representing Jamaica were born in Jamaica. Currently, there is no quota system in place for our senior teams, and this will continue. Notwithstanding, the need for more local players in the senior team must be on merit. However, we currently have a quota system in place for our junior teams, but I think this should be, but it said it should be there. There has been breach. They have been breached. All right. Going forward, we will be enforcing this stipulation in a balanced way to ensure the development of our local talent, that they may be given a chance to transition to play at the senior level. So again, we come to this thing. The development of our senior players, not exposure, but development. How does the national team, Mr. Speed, I want them, Mr. Speed, I need to talk to Mr. Speed about this, you know. Most people have understand, I mean, they're really so bright, you know. Me not really so bright. Me not really so bright. All right. So, 2 minutes so bright. Will I get clarity and thing? So me need somebody to come and explain this to me. What I need explained to me is which part of a player playing in a qualifying tournament at under 17 and under 20 is the developmental phase. Because the document says to ensure the development of the local talent. So, if it is the development of the local talent, how does a player playing in the 3 games that we have coming up, if we get knocked out, how is that development? If the document has said so we can expose our local players, I could understand, though I disagree. Understand, but I disagree. So the question is, if it is not for exposure, someone needs to articulate how playing 3 games, I think Martinique, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, or it's Grenada, Martinique, Grenada and St. Kitts, or one, yeah? 3. How a player playing in those 3 games further their development. Shouldn't the focus be helping the clubs to be better prepared in developing their players so that the clubs can financially benefit? Because when our national teams develop players, who gets the money from their sale? That's my question. The question is, if the national team is developing the players, who earns from the sale of the player? Vote no. No, sir. What kind of, my God, what kind of vote man is that? If they didn't give YouTubers a vote, maybe we could have a vote. I don't have no vote, man. I'm not in anything that allows me to vote my boss. I don't anything to get a vote. People, so that is my question. If the national programs are developing our players, if a player is sold, who does or who gets the benefit? I have one of my subscribers not able to come onto the show, but their thing is that players need local, regional, and international development. So, all right, so local development, all right, regional development, which is within CONCACAF, all right. How do we get them to be in CONCACAF? The clubs need to keep tournaments where they can go and play other clubs in Trinidad or bring them over. Keep youth tournaments. That's the best way. Not to put them and wait You cannot wait once every other year for this kind of a thing. No, what I will say is that obviously, of all the people involved in this election on both sides, this is something that even though we disagree on, we're going to have to live with, because there is a quota system for both sides. It is which one of the sides will give the most leeway with the enforcement of the system. That is the state that we're in, you know. Especially when we come to the junior football. Now, let me give you my position again. And this is management position. This is management position. Let me give you management position. You see, under 20 football, it is the next step to your national team. Therefore, players who play under 20 football must be playing consistent professional football. That is the way forward. So, when we have a fully functioning professional league, then we can talk about players matching up to the minutes. That's under 20 football. If you're playing under 20 football, because it is the next step to national teams, I can tell you, all the world champions of recent, from France to Argentina, Italy, Germany, Spain, Brazil, all of them consisted of more than 5 players that played in the under 20 tournament. That's statistically correct. At least 5 of the players that won the World Cup for those teams played in under 20. So it is reasonable to believe that if you're playing at the under 20 level, your transition is going to be in your senior team. Now, to make that transition, you must be playing professional football. What is professional football? It doesn't have to be the EPL to be professional. It doesn't have to be La Liga to be professional, because EPL and La Liga are not the only professional leagues in the entire world. Wherever you're playing, you have to be playing professional football. Reggae Boy Central, with all due respect, tell me the English players at U20 level, many, if not most players, even at top teams like England, Brazil, etc., play at youth level. So are they playing amateur football? The Brazil players play in the top league, the top tier in Brazil, which is a professional level, and the second tier. The championship is professional football. The two top tiers in English football are professional football. So give me example of those who are playing amateur football and played for under 20. Reggae Boy Central. Give me examples of that. Go ahead. Give me examples. And remember, the big distinction we are making is even League One hold on. Let's say that. You have to give me the names of which club they're playing, sir. And what constitute, because we're talking about professional football. Talking about professional football. So are you saying is League One professional football? So when you see like a player in Chelsea Academy and they play with U18's, there are times when they play with the U21s, the top players playing the U21, sometimes even get called up to the senior team or the first team, trains in that environment, plays in that environment. Do we get that, my people? Let me go again, because I said this there. You see, under 17, you want to have that. But I believe that they're probably players, because of how competitive high school football is in Jamaica, that your under 17 team, you will find players who can make an under 17 and they will do well. I am telling you, we saw the Ronaldo Barrett and the Adrian Reed, the Grant and the Lynch. You will find players at that under 17 level, locally or in the domestic leagues, who are good enough and can compete and make the team. You see, the under 15, I'll say it again. I think like the under 15, because under 15, remember, very few players who are 15 play under 15. So you are, what is your question, Rob? I don't see a question. Hold on, people, I soon get back to my point. Rob says I must answer. I am sure sports. Most players born locally can't leave the island until 18, and we don't have a professional league. Does any of the kids have a chance then? What do you mean that the kids can't leave Jamaica? No, Rob, don't tell me that, Rob. Rob, don't tell me that. Kaim Paris leave Jamaica before my 18, Rob. Don't tell me that, Rob. Rob, do not tell me that. Do not tell me that, Rob. Do not tell me that, Rob. Rob, do not tell me that. Rob, do not tell me that. England is where they can't go and play, but there are other places that they can go and play. All right. So let's bring it down to the nitty-gritty. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. So you're saying, so what your people are saying is that once a player is not 18-year-old, he cannot leave Jamaica and play any football. All right, cool. All right, guess what? You all right. Nobody can leave Jamaica and play any football anywhere in the world unless they are 18. argument done. I've learned nowadays that anytime you guys say something, I agree with you. So we just go to a different argument. All right. So you are right. You are right. All right. If you're not 18, you cannot play any football anywhere in the world outside of Jamaica because you will not get our work permit. So you are right. So yeah. So then, if that is the case, then make the JPL professional. So I agree with you. So seeing that non-Jamaican cannot play any football anywhere in the world until they turn 18, and so that means then we need to develop the league in Jamaica and make it professional then, so that we can have players playing professionally. So let's work with that scenario. If that is the case, let us make the JPL professional. I know according to the FIFA rule, a child under 18 can legally move to Europe and play if and only if their parents move for work purpose. All right. So what will it take to make the JPL professional? That's what the federation should be working on. Getting the JPL to be a professional league. That way the players can rack up professional minutes. So people, you are saying that an MLS club cannot buy or have a Jamaican 17-year-old playing MLS. Let me just want to ask. I just want to ask. So somebody tell me, a 17-year-old cannot play in the MLS? Let me just ask, you know. You can learn every day. So MLS can't do that. USL is professional. It's a professional league, you know. USL Championship. I don't know. I don't know. Let's ask still. I'm asking. So Rob, here's what I'm asking you, Rob. I'm not asking you about Romy and Blake. So, Rob, the rule is a 17-year-old Jamaican cannot play in the MLS. That's all I'm asking, you know. I'm just asking you. And I don't want you to tell me about Romy and Blake. So, according to rules, a 17-year-old Jamaican could not play in MLS or MLS Championship. could not play in Brazil? That's all I'm just asking, seriously. You seem like you know the rule, my friend Rob. So let me know. I just want to find out. God have mercy. Rob, here's what I'm asking you. A 17-year-old Jamaican cannot play. Hey, you know me, I got call. Because it's my time when I answer things where I'm not asking. Boris, I'm call somebody. Because I don't like when people do them things. Let me ask you a question and you give me. I don't hear about that, man. If you don't know, say you don't know, you know why you give me example. And try to find somebody who can know. Let's see me can call some people. May I try to find out a rule. I'm asking you about the rule, Rob. You're giving me an example. So I'm going to call somebody who know the rule. That's all I'm saying, my friend. I like to know the rule. So the rule is simple, people. The rule is simple. Here's the rule. If the parents of the child moves for reasons to go, then the child can play. Hold on a second. Coach Boris, you're live on I Am Sure Sports. How you doing?
How are you, man? Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all the viewers and the listeners. How are you?
I am doing good enough. Yeah, man. I'm trying to find out something. Number one, I want to find out. Can just generally a couple of questions. I just want to get this out of the way. Number one, can a 17-year-old player play professional football?
No.
Okay, so
it can. There's different countries that have different stipulation in terms of what you call the child labor, for one, and two, at 17 is doomed underage. However, you might find in some countries where the labor law is different in terms of the age group.
Okay, so in America,
so therefore,
all right. So in America, a 17-year-old American cannot play in the MLS.
No, it can be amongst the club because the club have youth structures. So the club might be playing U19, so it can be amongst that until he's probably 18. But it doesn't stop him from training with the first team if he has that quality in terms of his level of play.
Okay, so in America,
let me give you a typical example. River Plate now have a couple 16-year-old in their program for pre-season. But understand they have youth academies underneath that these kids come through. So based on their level of play, it doesn't stop them from participating with probably the first team or the second team, so being in the reserve. But officially, they can't based on just the labor laws alone. Because understand professional football is working.
I know in France, 17-year-old play.
The labor law is different.
In England, 17-year-old play. In Brazil, 17-year-old play. In Argentina, 17-year-old plays. In Belgium, 17-year-old play. In Germany, 17-year-old play. All right? In Jamaica, 17-year-old play. So a 17-year-old, you're saying, even though Freddie Adu play, cannot play in MLS.
It's not to say it can't, you know, but I'm saying different countries is governed by different labor law.
Yeah, man. So
America labor law is different.
So in America,
in terms of,
let me ask you again: can a 17-year-old play in the MLS?
He can, but understand what's the main factor is the labor law. The labor law in different countries are different. So therefore, some 17-year-old is considered as a minor, so therefore they can't work within certain hours. Like my kids, for example, at 17, they could work, but they could only work for little and so much hours.
No, man. Coach Bryce, hear me ask you. Can a 17-year-old play in MLS? You're saying yes.
He can. He can.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right.
But there's some part in the world which they understand.
Like where? Give me a place in the world where a 17-year-old cannot play in their top flight league.
There's some countries that the labor law is different.
Yeah, man. I know that, man. Man. I know that certain countries labor law is different. Do you know any of those countries?
No, I don't know offhand, but I know there's a couple countries well that a 17-year-old it's not so much to play now, but
you can't say Coach Barris, man. Nobody may get in a fight on the program to them, man. Where you going with that?
So make we say this while we're on the program. A 17-year-old can play professional football.
All right.
Yeah,
cool. All right. So know that we settled that. Can a 17-year-old move from one country to a next country and play professionally?
In terms of, so there's a 17-year-old playing in MLS, you say, can he be transferred into an next club?
All right. So can a 17-year-old play in La Liga, American? Say he's in America, he's 17. Can he play in La Liga? If he's good at Barcelona, say we want you to come and play for Barcelona. Can he play?
Yeah, if he has that level of play and there's nothing governing the labor law, then I think he'll be there.
All right. So, when Saka was 17, he was at Arsenal. Could Real Madrid bought him? Could Real Madrid buy him to come and play for Real Madrid at 17 from Arsenal?
Yeah, they could do that.
Okay. All right.
They could negotiate a deal and whatever deal is that and he could get over.
Right, but it maybe include their parents and all of those things.
Yeah, it definitely have to improve the parents because a 17-year-old in some part of the world, as I told you before, is not considered an adult. So therefore, certain documentation.
Like where? Like where? Like yeah. Just give me an example.
America is a typical example itself. Based on the age of consent, they don't consider 17-year-olds as adults.
Okay, so in America, though an American 17-year-old can play in MLS.
Yeah.
If a Jamaican 17-year-old goes to America, can he play in MLS? Say for example, DC United wanted Whisper at 17. Could he have gone there and play?
Yeah, he could have come over and play, but as I said, most of the contractual arrangement would have to be sit and discuss with his parents or parents stroke agents.
Okay.
In terms of what if you understand what I'm saying. He's not I said he's not eligible or legal to sign on certain documents.
Yeah, man, we can understand that. We can understand that. We can.
But once the level of play and there's an interest, then the possibility is 100%.
All right. I see Freddie. I was calling Freddie earlier and he's calling me back. So let me see if I can call him back and see if, because he was in Europe. So let me find out about that. All right. And and then I'll call you back. All right.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, man. All right. Yeah, thanks, man. All right. That was Coach Barnes. But let me see if I can get this one. This one says, This is the rule in MLS. In the US, a player can sign a professional contract with the MLS at age 16. However, they may not be allowed to sign a contract outside until they are 18. All right. A 17-year-old can play professional football within his or her country, but cannot be transferred to another country to play professionally until he or she reaches 18. All right. But there are exceptions to these rules. Right? All right. So let me call Coach Butler with that call me back. Coach Reddy here. Before you say a word, you're live on I Am Sure Sports, because we have a question that me if you ask you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just
All
talking
right,
to
good
Coach.
afternoon to you and all the viewers.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Listen, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. We're having a discussion about like Jamaica. First, it was about Jamaican players having professional minutes and playing outside of Jamaica. But people are saying that is going to be difficult because you have to be 18 to play outside of the country. So we started by asking, can we use in America because it's close? Can a player who is 17 or can under 18 players play in MLS soccer or USL championship?
Yeah, they can play as long as they're tied to the club. You can be tied to a club in the academy, but you're not signed as a fully professional. But because you're signed within the club, you can play. Just like when Wayne Rooney and Owen and everybody play before they're 18 in England. All of these young players all over the world that plays before the age of 18.
So if my son is at Inter Miami, he's 16 and he's very good, but he's with Inter Miami Academy. The coach comes down and see him. They can use him in their cup game to play professionally.
Yeah, because he's signed to the club.
Okay, but he cannot sign a professional contract with the club.
It depends. In the US, I think at age 16, you're eligible to work, so you can sign a professional contract.
Okay, all right.
Most times, if they have amateur contract, the fact that they are registered within the club, they can play.
All right. How it goes now with international players? Because can international players play in other countries, move from country to country under the age of 18 and play?
No, unless he has a passport for that said country.
Okay. You have to have a passport.
For example, a 17-year-old from the US can't just go in Germany and play. He has to have a passport for that said country.
Okay.
If you're under the age of 18.
So a 17-year-old Brazilian cannot go and play at Real Madrid then?
Nah.
Okay.
He has to have a passport for that said country. Okay.
He has to have a passport. What about this thing that I always hear people talking about, parents? Like basically they're saying that your parents can get a job there.
Yeah, if the parents move there for some form of work or living conditions change, then it depends what kind of work permit they get when they move there. Then if you're living there as a student or something. But again, if your parents move for work, technically the player doesn't really have a passport for that said country, so it would be difficult for him to play under the age of 18. He could probably play within the academy, youth football.
Okay, I see what you mean. So he can play academy, but he cannot play for the
first team.
For the first team. Okay. So because what somebody was saying, if the requirement is that the players in Jamaica play professional football to play like under 20, there's no professional football in Jamaica, and people are saying that they should find a club to go and play professionally. And then somebody is saying, Rob was saying that, but they have to be 18, so that means nobody in Jamaica will be able unless the league in Jamaica becomes professional.
Yeah, but if a kid leaves under the age of 18 and he comes to America and let's say he plays MLS Next Pro, which is USL, which is a professional environment, then
Oh,
he
they
has
can.
professional minutes.
So they can play. I see. So they can play
If he is in the academy.
if he's in the academy, right? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
because MLS Next Pro, which is USL, you know, it's pretty much a developmental league also. So he can play.
Which is a professional league, so he can play in that.
Yeah, it's a professional league, yeah, but he will be signed as an amateur though, but he plays in a professional league.
Okay, all right. Thanks for the clarity, Coach Freddie. Yeah, man, I have a camp coming up.
Yeah.
Talk to the people a little bit about it before
Yeah,
you run to get a
the
1,006 love.
the weekend of the 28th of January, we're trying to run a North American camp, but I know word on the street with this quota argument kind of changes a lot of things, you know. But you know, we'll still go ahead and run the camp and see if we can identify a few players that can play for the upcoming under-17 national team.
Oh, so people have reservations now because they heard about this quota thing.
Yeah, I would believe so. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even factor that in
We'll
mind.
see what the turnout will be. Yeah, we'll see what the turnout will be, and you know, hopefully we can find a few players that want to play for Jamaica and is good enough to play for Jamaica.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right, Coach Freddie. Thank you. Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. All right. So
Yeah, man.
we'll talk. Yeah, man.
right,
All right. Take care.
Cool. All right. All right. That I think that cleared up the matter. Man, I am a Madrista. Real Madrid signed Vinicius, Rodrigo, and now Hendrick when they were 16, but they have to reach 18 before going to Spain. Okay. All right. I got some more messages here. I got some rules here from FIFA. My FIFA agent. International transfer involving minor. Protection of minor. And this is law 19, I think, .1. International transfer players are only permitted if the player is over the age of 18. The following 5 exceptions to this rule apply. The player parents move to the country in which the new club is located for reasons not linked to football. So this is the exception. The player is aged between 16 and 18, and then the transfer takes place within the territory of Europe, within the EU or the European economy. So it could happen for players within Europe, all right? The transfer takes place between 2 associations within the same country. Okay? The new club must fulfill the following minimum obligation. It shall provide the player with an adequate football education and or training in line with highest national standards. All right, cool. All right. It shall guarantee the player an academic and or school and or vocational education and or training in addition to his football education and or training which allow the player to pursue a career other than football should he cease to play professional football. It shall make all necessary arrangements to ensure that the player is looked after in the best possible way, optimum living standard with a host family or in club accommodation, appointment of a mentor at the club, etc. It shall, on registration of such a player, provide the relevant association with proof that it is complying with aforementioned obligation. The player lives not further than 50 kilometers from a national border, and the club with which the player wishes to be registered in the neighboring association is also within 50 kilometers of that border. The maximum distance between the player domicile and club's headquarters shall be 100 kilometers. In such cases, the player must continue to live at home and the 2 associations concerned must give the explicit consent. All right? That makes sense, not true? All right. So we have a couple of more calls on this matter. So I see a long-time brethren, Kendall, was calling. So let's hear what he has to say. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hello. Hello.
How are you?
I am doing good, man. Yeah, man. Welcome to the show, Sir Kendall. How you doing?
Yeah, I wanna make a contribution on this rule.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Some of your callers are right, but technically some of the information is not correct. In relation for a player under the age of 18, moving from one jurisdiction to the next, which is crossing borders, as in, if let's use Jamaica, if you're moving from Jamaica to England or Jamaica to the US, FIFA have changed the rules. So some of the examples would not have been ideal. So the Wayne Rooney example would not have been ideal, because at that time, the rule that FIFA have in place with you have to be 18 to sign a contract was not in place. That's why Barcelona and some other clubs got sanctioned. So if you're under 18, your parents have to sign, which some of the callers did say. If you're crossing borders, like say from US to Europe, or from South America to the US, and you're under 18, you can play. But this is the technical part and the important part. You cannot move for 100% football reason. So your sole purpose cannot be you're moving for football.
Yes.
FIFA will block it. This is why some of the clubs offer work to some of the parents. That's how they get around the technicality. So that they will now say the player is not moving for football only. His parents is working in Germany, but they are in the US, and the son or daughter is going to join their parents. He's going to check into school, and he's going to sign with whatever club. So I'll give you an example. Christian Pulisic is the perfect example. When he went to Germany, they offered his father a coaching job. That's how they got through for him to move to Germany.
Okay.
So that is the important part in the rule. It cannot be 100% for football only.
Yes.
You could move, but you have to find a way. Either your parents working, either you're moving to go to school, or something of that sort. So Chelsea, for example, that's how Chelsea got sanctioned. When Chelsea moved the African players from Africa, different parts of Africa, to England in their academies and so on, and they were under 18. They moved them for school, to check them into school. But the rule in England is if you move to check into school, you can only play a certain amount of hours. And Chelsea played them Chelsea played them over the amount of hours. So then they say, look, you did not move these players solely for school. You moved them for footballing reason, because you break the law.
Yes.
And when they investigated, they found out that they were passing things under the table to the parents. You understand? So it's not that you can't move, you could. It's not that you have to have a passport for the particular country to play. But if you have a passport, then it's easier. So if you have a European passport, you can move to Europe freely from different places who's under European Union. But one of your caller was spot on, based on the country's labor law. When you're allowed to work, how much hours you're allowed to work.
Okay, somebody was saying that Christian Pulisic's father was from Europe, though, and that is why his situation was different.
No. As far as my following of the thing is, his father was offered a job at the club. That's how they got around the rule.
Okay.
If you notice, a lot of Americans go to Germany. They go to Germany because within the European Union, the German rules are a little more relaxed than England. They go to Belgium because the laws are a little more relaxed. So they find places where they go. They go to Portugal because the laws are a little more relaxed. So they go to these places, get a European passport, then they move. So because, for example, if you do 3 years
they're saying that,
in some of
somebody's
these,
saying that Christian Pulisic's father is from Croatia, a place called Olib in Croatia.
right? So there you go. But because of the rules, remember, Pulisic did not have a European passport. He did not claim a European passport. So he has. You understand? So that is how the rule works. England is very tough because the Home Office is very strict. So those are the things that happen sometimes. If you do 3 years in certain part of Europe, for example, consistently with a work permit, you get a passport, and then when you get a passport, then you move. That's how they do with the Brazilian going to Portugal. Is they can speak the language. Most of them, they speak the language already. So they move them there, spend 3+ years, 4 years, get a Portuguese passport, then they can move freely and go to Europe, different places. So these are some of the loopholes you have to find your way around. I could give you an example from my NOE center player to Poland. And that's how we get around the rule, because it was a little easier in Poland, and he did this time in Poland, and then you move on.
Okay.
So I hope that shed a little clarity on the situation.
Okay. So does your national association, you coach a female team now? Over there?
No. I am break, and I'm break right now. I'm coaching at the moment.
Okay. Do you have a quota rule in your country? Could you feel under 20 team with 20 players from England or 15 and stuff? Is there anything like that in your nation?
No, we don't have a quota system. When I was working there, our technical director tried to have, he brought up this discussion as to the reason why local players play football is to make the national team, which I strongly disputed. He was hinting about a quota system, and we didn't go for it.
Okay.
Because we said, once you're Vinci, you're Vinci. Once you're home and abroad, you're Vinci. And if you're good enough to play for the national team, and you have an interest, and you express that interest, you should play.
It don't matter, and it don't matter the age group.
No, it doesn't matter. If you're good enough, you're good enough. That's us at the time, but people see things differently. I suspect the quota system in Jamaica is more about, especially at the youth level, you have to be very sensitive and understanding. It's about caps. Because, for example, if you want to move a player to Europe, MLS, you need national caps. Now, if you use all these, say you have all of your U20 who is outside of Jamaica, who is not born locally, how are your local Jamaican born players going to get caps? So when they're ready to go out and the caps are required, they won't get that opportunity to go out. So, from my knowledge, that is part of it. Why we don't want to put a quota system. So you have to be very keen.
Yeah, that's a way to look at it as well. Because maybe some of us have not seen it from that perspective.
I know that's the way they're looking at it. Is if you don't have caps, you're not gonna get into certain countries because they're asking for caps. For example, in England, and I don't know, people will say we use in England a lot, but using England because that's the most difficult country in Europe to play based on their laws. So in England, you have to rank about 50, and then you have to have 75. You have to have 75% caps
in the last year.
Yeah. So if you use all of your overseas play at your U20, and then you have a 17, 18-year-old who want to move and he's not playing in your national team, he doesn't have the required caps, it's gonna be very difficult for him to move. So is a balancing act as to how you benefit your local game and how you benefit winning. Because under 20 is about winning. Now, St. Vincent is different because we don't have so much good youth players who may venture into Europe. So then we have to look at it differently. So each MA will have to, choose their objectives.
Yes, yeah. I understand what you mean. Because you may not have the numbers that like a Jamaica have as well, seeking to come and represent St. Vincent.
Yeah, we don't, because our immigration law is different. Our immigration law, you can only play for St. Vincent if you are direct descendant.
Oh.
So first generation, you have to have a parent born in St. Vincent, mother or father. You cannot have second generation playing for us based on our immigration law. So you can be grandparents, great grandparents like Jamaica.
Okay.
So our pool is pretty small.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hope that sheds some clarity on the situation. But FIFA has changed the rules. Yeah, you have to be 18 to sign. If you're under 18, your parents has to get involved. And you can move across the borders for football, 100% footballing reasons. If you're under 18, they will block the move, or they go after the club. That's why they went after Barcelona. That's why they went after Chelsea. That's why they went after certain clubs. It used to be before you could have done it, but they have changed it.
Okay. Good stuff. Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Blessings.
Yeah, man. Blessings to you, man. I appreciate it all the time. Yeah.
All right. You're welcome.
Yeah, cool. All right, so people, boy, I don't know. What do we do? Still Jamaicans, eh? Of course, we work with the Quota. And this man already tell you a position. I don't know, I don't know. I'm here thinking, so, if a coach pick out 7 players and then Bibi son, you're going to say, well, we already meet the Quota. Are you say a Bibi son that? And I mean, Marky, maybe, if he's good enough. A man in his son, do you make special key? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think like a player play under 15, under 17. I don't think all them thing there, them thing they shouldn't even bother court as no quota business, Me don't know. They say all this. Same thing, me I tell her for a long time. Anything name quota, me have a problem with, all with this ISA business with quota, with transfer and quota. I always think to punish the innocent. Punish the innocent and set free the guilty. That's how I see it. Anyways, like, I don't know. The manifestos. One thing I can say, today is what date? 3 days. 3 days before the election, or 4 days before the election, a manifesto comes out. The last manifesto comes out. That means that obviously you have already convinced your voters, the majority. You already convinced them, because nobody could seriously trying to convince 56 voters, 56, and take 3 days to do it. Obviously, these people already convinced that whether the manifesto is early or late, we don't win. The thing though is that we must be happy that we at least get manifesto. Whether or not we'll be able to hold the people who do the manifesto to account is a different issue. So what happens in year one when we don't see manifesto items being manifested? Do we have the opportunity to challenge the people who wrote it? Or will we be given excuses as to why this can't work and this can't happen and that can't happen? Similar to how the politicians kind of deal with us, in this land we love. tell us that, don't worry yourself, we're supposed to get this and we're supposed to get that to fix this road. And after the election, we are told that the money has to be reallocated to do that and to do horse dead and the cow fat. So where do we as fans stand? I think for the fact that YouTube has been so strident in all of these things, these manifestos, not just having their things. I think when the manifestos were done, then people should come on these platforms, because leading up to their manifestos, a lot of these people were using YouTube for good or for bad. We have Peter Mystic, Natural Mystic blowing in the air. Peter, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Yeah, man. Greetings to you and everybody and all the subscribers and viewers and everybody, respect.
Yeah, man.
I believe, sometimes we over analyze and overhype and do some of that stuff. I think, you see the Quota, hey, Virgin, sometimes my mind runs fast, It's like a million things more answer to you at once. Let me calm down, man. Let me take a sip of water.
Let me drink some too.
All right, from what I gather from Mr. Speed being on your program, and he was on JT program. Now you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I gather is that you could see an under 20 that is fully UK because the coach was able to justify you could see a 20-man UK base or born players representing Jamaica because the additional 13 outside of the 7 has been justified. Does that make sense?
I cannot see the number going up to that amount. Remember, like my
No, this is hypothetical. I'm just saying that we keep saying the quota is 7 and we shouldn't have it. But what Mr. Speed explained is that we can still have a fully...
the explanation is not in the policy. So how do we take it that the explanation can be validated? Because the explanation is not written as a policy. It is a verbal explanation as to how to accommodate numbers beyond the 7. Not only...
No, is it... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It is, the policy is, and like it's stipulated, and both sides have the same thing. One side, like one is worse and one is worser. That's how I see it. One side, it says, we are willing to accommodate above the 7. The other side says, listen, we are total for local. All right? So
you're talking about election.
Yeah. Let's go beyond the politics. So in the manifesto, it says that it will be enforced. My position then is whatever is happening now. For example, 10 players from outside of Jamaica played in the last U20. If it is going, because it said that, I can read the exact thing, but the paraphrasing is that it has been breached. And now what they are going to do is to enforce this quota system. That means that the breach was to allow more than the 7. The enforcement is we will not allow more than the 7. That is how I see it. I could be wrong. That is why I say it needs explanation.
All right. So you're saying that based on the manifesto, the explanation you heard from Mr. Speed, the manifesto is not in line, or his explanation is not in line with the manifesto. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I am saying that his explanation is not policy because it's not written. What is written?
No, could it?
What is written is the manifesto saying that this is a rule that has been breached.
All right.
And they will not allow it to be breached anymore.
Could it be that the meeting they had, he said they had to come to a compromise, and that was a compromise. But instead of we speculate, then we need to have Mr. Speed come again then and explain why the manifesto does not have that explanation, or maybe it's not needed. Maybe he thinks it's not needed because it's already an agreement in the boardroom that once the coach justify the additional players, then it won't be a problem. So maybe they didn't think it was necessary to write that into the manifesto, because you can't write anything in a manifesto.
No, not even in the manifesto. All right. If it is a rule, it is somewhere in some document somewhere. Say it is in their constitution, their selection policy document. In that said document, it must clearly articulate, because listen what it says. The percentage of Jamaican-born players representation on team has been gradually falling with each team that is selected. Only 6 players of the 24 regular girls representing Jamaica were born in Jamaica. Currently, there is no quota system in place for our senior teams, and this will continue. Notwithstanding, the need for more local players in the senior team must be on merit. However, we currently have a quota system in place for our junior teams, but there has been, but I think it should have, but I would say there it has been breached. It is not worded properly, right? But it has been breached. Going forward, we will be enforcing the stipulation in a balanced way to ensure the development of our local talents, that they may be given a chance to transition to play at the senior level. So that is, to me, saying the 7 has been breached, and we are going to ensure that it is not breached any longer. So anything above the 7 is breaching the 7, because it says we currently have a quota system in place. That's a policy position to me. But the other part about the coach justifying his reason is not a policy.
If it's agreed in the boardroom, of course it is a policy.
What I want to see is that this is it. The number 7 is there. What should have been said then? In brackets, our coaches can justify numbers above the 7. If it is a policy, you can't put piece of the policy in the thing.
But that manifesto is not a constitution. It's just a manifesto.
But they have taken a constitutional statement and put in the manifesto without it being complete. That is the issue I have. If you put it in there, you have to put those things in there, because if you believe it that you can have more than 7, you haven't really said it. Especially because one side came out and said, we are getting local players and we're going to have the local players in a camp. You are saying otherwise, but you don't include it. Or you want us to believe that you mean you're saying something different.
Yeah. Hey, man, when you get a job, right? Them always say this is your job duties and additional work assigned, which can mean anything, right? I believe that the manifesto, even though it's a constitutional statement, I believe that the meeting that Mr. Speed alluded to, right, about justifying above 7, I believe that it usurped that statement, and I believe that it will be written. If it, it's just not there yet. That's how I feel, because why would he come on and vehemently say that, and then
maybe it is. When was this meeting held, and who were the persons making a demand that local players be in it?
Well, he doesn't have to tell you that. You're not going to get that information. You understand? Because that is not something that would be appropriate for him to do.
Yeah.
Even though you and I would like to know, but Why we don't invite Mr. Speed on again? I'm making make him clarify this.
I reach out to Mr. Speed,
Yeah.
Man program small, They have to go up on the big program.
But Manins, you explain. You say your concern. I understand it now. But like the day before, when you listen to other programs and people getting all overhyped, it's not the same concern they had as you, because the manifesto wasn't even read yet. These people were just going off because
no, I think they were going off based on the statement that, because remember, Mr. Speed made a statement. I think they were about the 7, right? I think they were. I am assuming that their content discussion was based on that statement, and that statement is also in the manifesto. And I think given what the other party had said about, so I do my thing and say, listen, a local players may focus on. So you just said, you know what, I'm going to do a little bit better than you. I'm going to say that I am going to include foreigners, or but only a certain amount. So at the end of the day, everybody going to say, well, at least you're not as worse as the other man. As bad as the other man, because they are total local. You want foreigners. So to me, it seemed like that is the position.
You feel like the 7 is the position? Is that what you're saying?
No, I that I don't feel.
Sorry, go ahead.
That I don't feel. I feel like I have seen from this that because it was a contentious issue, if you wanted to make it clear, you wanted to score points, then you have to say, we are going to enforce the 7, along with the provision that is there where the coach can. If you say enforce it and don't mention that, it is suggesting that anything above the number, for example, if the government says, we have a law that says you are not allowed to vend on the sidewalks of Jamaica. Starting in the month of February, we are going to enforce it. If I am a sidewalk vendor that have a special permit and the government don't say anything about that, in my head I'm thinking, if I go out there, they are going to arrest me. Because the government, in saying the policy, should say, we will still allow for persons with the vending permit to still operate. Because if you just said we are going to enforce the law that there is no vending on the street, that is a statement that is definitive.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that the fact that you're saying the quota is 7 and you're going to enforce it is really definitive, and you should have put in it as well the explanation of others being argued
Boy,
for
you sound
by
like
a
an
coach.
attorney, man. You study law. You like to see things written.
Because you and I know, and I know that leadership changes.
Yeah.
What if the technical committee leaves? What if they're fired? What if Speed leaves and the next person comes in? What policy do they operate on? Is it Mr. Speed's word? Is it the policy of the federation, and where is it written?
Right. Yeah. Well, we all know the other side. Hey, listen, I don't want. This is the views of Peter, not the views of man and man. We all know the other side is pro-local. So, me personally, again, I always say this, I'm not a fan of how the JFF has done business, but I'd rather stick to what I know, because I am fearful, especially when I hear people like, listen, and I will say this to full disclosure, I'm not a fan of Craig Butler for one particular reason.
You probably don't stand alone. There are many people who probably will say that.
Right. And I don't want to bring what I hear on another platform to your platform, but I am not surprised by some of the So sometimes, but he was on a platform saying, touting Anderson, and we have to remember, that Craig Butler is a man that anytime you hear him doing something like that, is because he stands to benefit in one way or the other. And I believe that his benefit from an Anderson administration would be a pipeline for him to funnel his Phoenix player
A lot of
into
those
the
things
national team.
a lot of those things are unsubstantiated. So you can't prove you can't prove them. It's
That's what I'm
speculation.
saying.
It's speculation, and I think you're treading down a very and I think a big responsible person. You know, I don't think you want to ventilate those things. Though you may believe
No, and
that
that's why.
because,
And that's why I say, you know, people listening, everybody listening. This is not I am sure views. This is just my
what
my
I would
view.
say.
And,
What I would say though is that if I were going to get involved in football, there are persons I believe that align themselves with Mr. Anderson. That though they may mean the football good, I would not have had them. I think there are other persons that he could have aligned himself with to get more traction. Right? To get more traction. And then once you're in position of power, you can appoint some of those people. I think sometimes you have to be. I think he chose to do what he thought was a political expedient thing, instead of what was, you know, let me take the high road now, and then invite those who are more controversial at the latter stages of this process. That's me.
Right. Yeah, well, I'm scared of the Anderson team. I'm honestly scared of the Anderson team because, again, I've been around. I always say I'm older than you guys. I've been around from, you know, listen, I watched Pele. You know, I was a little youth on the stadium when Pele came to Jamaica. That's how long I've been around.
Yeah.
And I have seen where the football has been down in the doldrums and has now to where it is right now. With the team qualifying for Copa America and you know, on the verge of probably even winning a Nations League. And I think the football is in a good position as far as the men's football is concerned. And I just have a fear, man, that the Anderson team will take this football backwards. And that's my fear. And this is my view. And, you know, I guess I'll end with that and continue listening. But yeah, I mean, Mr. Speed needs to come clarify some more. You know, that we can all put that to rest.
Yeah.
And
here's the thing: a lot of you have more people on Anderson's team that have expressed sentiments, very strong sentiments about players from overseas, and I think that is.
You mean adverse sentiments? That's what you're saying. Adverse sentiments.
Adverse sentiments.
Not wanted.
Yeah, not wanted.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's my fear. My fear.
Right. But that is how I'd see it. But yeah, man. All right. Respect.
Yeah, man.
All right. I see a next person here asking if the quota system is in place for all our sports team. I think I can't have the conversation like that. Because you don't know, because there's not a need for them. Like, how many sprinters are Jamaica going to get? I think let me say this. Jamaicans feel the same way. A lot of Jamaicans feel the same way when they see a person like from America switching allegiance to come and run for Jamaica. A lot of them, they may not come out and say it, but because we believe that the ones in Jamaica are going to do it, it's not a big issue. It's not like we have people who are foreigners coming to play netball in Jamaica. Which sporting discipline do people like? Even in track and field, it's the events that we normally don't do well in that we have the foreign nationals. You know, like you don't get a lot of sprinters, so I think it's a little different. No, I'm not missing the point. You don't know. I am saying that there may be a quota in all of them. We don't know because we don't have the influx in those sports. So none of us can sit here and say we don't have quota in track and field. We don't have quota in cricket. We don't have quota in when there this guy named Brendan Nash. He was just one, and people didn't want him to play for Jamaica. They didn't even want him to represent West Indies. And it was just one. So I'm saying that there may be even a quota, but because there's not an influx of the people, we don't know. We just don't know. So that is my point. So I don't think I'm missing the point, my friend. I'm not missing the point. You both of us are on the same page. Both of us are on the same page. But we don't know, like, which sporting discipline we have elite players. When the diver came, no, but Jamaica not nobody had to dive in. You think if Jamaica did about 10% of the diving, then I'm telling you, this is a deep cultural issue. It is, and we can pretend like it isn't. But it is. You come to Jamaica, a member. Listen, we just had a man move back in a millionaire trying to run, and people didn't accept him because of foreign him come from. You try be an electoral candidate in one of these constituency coming from foreign. Them say, oh, look how long they are foreign. You don't know them. I'm telling you. So there is an issue right across. People don't want no foreigners in them parliament. All right. So let me read this now. This is a different. All right. So there are two different questions. The first question: Are there such quotas in place for all other sports? I'm not missing the point. I'm answering the question. We don't know. What I know is that people have showed resistance to people from foreign nationals participating for Jamaica in sports that we are good at. That I know. Second question: You're missing the point. No, I'm not missing the point. I answer the question. Next point. I would love to hear from the government as to whether a citizen can be excluded, discriminated against because of where they were born. The government even can't stand secure on this, because our government actually asks people to get rid of them American passport if they want to sit in our parliament. You can't be dual citizen. You have to remove it. The government of Jamaica, some of them in parliament had objection to a foreign national be given keys to the thing, the city or whatever. So we don't know. So let's talk about discrimination, all right, and exclusion. All right. Does the government have a problem with this? There's nobody from the government who's going to come out and tell you that we are for the discrimination. They're not. So anybody who come out and speak, no, you, my friend, you have to listen to me. You have to listen to me now, my friend. You have brought government into this. You have brought up a person saying they are taking 7, because if I say, and let me do it this way, because you are comparing apples and oranges. You took this, and here's what you said. I would love to hear from the government as to whether a citizen can be excluded, discriminated against because of where they are born. They are not excluding them. It is not discrimination. They are saying that you cannot select them because they have selected some from the same place. There could be 2 brothers and they select one and don't select the other. So at the end of the day, they're not telling you that all of them can come and try out, but at the end of the day, 7 of them are going to select. How you going to justify discrimination? Because your idea that these 7 are better and should be there, you can't justify, because they are going to tell you they are the coaches, you are not. We must not argue reality. We must argue facts, my brethren. Argue facts. Argue facts. Come on, my brethren, man. You know better than this, you know, man. Hey, people, what it? You say for the text here. I'll give it. Whistle for this texting. This text need a whistle. Because the next thing this person is going to tell me, you know, you see how the conversation start. Because I know this person. You know, they're going to tell me that I am alpha quota. Just look out, it's coming. It's coming. They're going to tell me that I'm alpha quota, you know. Just look out, it is coming. Whistle for this coming. People, let's be real. Let's be real. Oh, again, this person want debate. What are we debating? What are we debating? What are we going to debate? Is Quota right or wrong? It is wrong. So what is there to debate? I don't agree that Quota is right. I am saying to you that you cannot justify their team selection. You cannot. The government cannot say or do anything to make the JFF choose the 11 on the field. No matter what you say, no matter how you go around it, there's no justification that they can give as to why Whisper supposed to start over Leon Bailey. All right, Kanaya Boyce Clark to keep over Andre Blake. You cannot justify that. Or Blake to keep over Kanaya. You can't justify those things. So what is there to call it discrimination if they're having people in the same space? You have to use a different term. You have to come with a different term. You can't call that discrimination. I mean, you know better. Debate. What are we debating? What are we? Tell me what you want. What is it? Put the mood in. Put the mood. Let me give the people them the mood. You see it now? Them gone. Them say them out. Them say me I distort the information. All right? Put the mood in there you want to debate. Tell you now. You see it? No information is being distorted. If the JFF decide that they are going to select 7 players outside of Jamaica on the team, what policy the government has that says they should select more than that? How does the government say to the JFF that is discrimination? That is what I want to find out. Because I'm telling you, right across Jamaica, it is the same sentiment. I'm telling you, people don't want them member of parliament. Look how much time you have conflict in Jamaica. A man said them don't even want a man living in our next parish. Come run in them parish. People opposed to those things. You come to Jamaica and you want to run. Them tell you can't run because you're a foreigner. Is that discrimination? The government can say, well, you're discriminating. He has to run. Come on. We should stop saying to people that this doesn't happen in other sports across Jamaica because we don't see a demand for them. If there are netballers across the world who are better than the netballers in Jamaica, and then we would have something. Jamaica is ranked in the top 5 or top 4 in netball. So there you go. People believe that because I understand what the whole thing is about. I disagree with it. I don't agree with the quota system. But what the government going to do? Make the government tell JFF so them discriminating. Up to FIFA don't have. Not even FIFA can intervene. FIFA cannot go to any MA and tell them that they have to select any player or they have to give players a chance. Not even FIFA can do that. So I don't understand what we are make this look like FIFA need to. FIFA can't do that. Eto and them man they talk, so them man they are foreign and them they want a local and who do this a go a World Cup. The African nation do these things regularly. Regularly they do it. So we have a choice. we have a choice, and the choice is simple. As long as this exists, don't support Jamaica football. Don't help with nothing. Because you don't, that's what I tell people, you know. Like, you see, if you vehemently disagree with it, and it hurt you to the core, I would say to you, if you send money, don't help nobody, don't give them a thing. That's the only way you can solve it, you know. Decide you're going to cut every ties to Jamaica completely. Don't even help your family. That is the only way to solve it. Because it now affect them. You think we really believe that if them don't select 7 players out of 20 or 7 players out of 14 and you vex, them people your mind or care? Come on, man. So all you have to do is say, listen, going forward, I have nothing to do with Jamaica or Jamaicans. That's the only thing you can do. And when you start doing that, then maybe it affects other things, and millions or a million Jamaicans outside of Jamaica decide that let's cut off every family member, every ties to Jamaica. Let them understand that the diaspora is important. So if I were some people, me no bother watch under 20 and under 17. Me no bother watch under 15. Really, truly, me don't really care about under 15 and not under 17. You know. Under 20, me really concerned about it. Me not really busy. Me personal. That's me. This is me. You see, under 15 football, me not really care. Me not the biggest fan of Man in under Costa Cup. Me, that's me. I would not take up my time to go and watch an under 17 game. That's me. You see, under 20 football, I'm different. So here is what. Man, them have them rule. You not agree with it, me not agree with it. What do we do? So every time people talk this, people always, and I keep on saying, I keep on saying to you. All right. So A.M. Henry says, so anytime, what I'm saying to you, all right, so you agree. So let's talk about this is a good one. A.M. Henry says, disagree to you, man. It is discrimination of a Jamaican citizen's law based on place of birth. So here is why it cannot be discrimination. Here's why it can't be. Just listen. Because we are conflict, like for me, number one, anyone who has Jamaican heritage, who wants to be a citizen, should not be denied the opportunity to be a citizen. Number one. Number two, I have stated, I don't believe in the quota system. It is what they have as their rule. Anyone who says the rule is wrong is misunderstanding the whole thing. Here is why the rule is not wrong. It is a selection process. And when the football team doesn't select a player, you cannot justify that it is discrimination. You cannot, because they can say, listen, they don't fit the criteria. They don't think they don't good. There will always be something because it's a selection process. They are not saying that they cannot get citizenship. They are saying that only a certain amount of them can play. So even if you believe that they play for Liverpool and they say we're not going to use them, what are you going to say? They're discriminated? You can't use, because they're going to say, listen, they don't fit. They have a selection criteria. Unless the world governing body says their selection criteria is wrong, how are you going to justify to call it discrimination when they are saying that you can be a citizen? You can be a citizen. You can be a citizen. You can play. But right now, the 7 have been selected. It's just like 20 people come to make the 100 meter for Jamaica. They all have the same time. 20 of them have the same time. Right? Them select 4 or 5 or 6. The ones that they don't select is not discrimination because the selection policy tells them that it is up to the selectors. And they have the criteria to make the selection. You can't say them are discriminate. Because you would have known the policy before. So I am saying to all who live in England, listen, if me tell you already what me I go do with my son, me not tell other parents, you know, go play for England. Play for England. That would be me keep a years me I telling you this. A years me I telling you this. Years me I telling you this. That seeing that Jamaicans is seen as unwelcoming, then play. Nothing is wrong. And I always tell people, nothing is wrong if you choose to play. Nobody can vex with you. That's why nobody never vex with Ivan Toney. You can't be vexed with Ivan Toney. Can't be vexed with Raheem Sterling. If any player says, I'm not coming to play for Jamaica, happy for them. Happy for them. Because do that. My son, a baller. America Carlton, gone play for America. You understand me? So I'm not, but if a person reach out to me and say they want to represent, that is fine. That is fine. But you also have the choice to represent because it's your life. Because these people are telling you what they have in place. So if you don't believe you're going to fit into the 7, then that's up to you. I don't agree with it. If I were the president, it would not be. It would not be. If I were the president, but I am not. All we can do is make up be nice on YouTube, and you can join me in making up more nice. And I know some are not hurt, but we have to live with the truth. We're going to tell them the truth. All we can do about this is stop support the team. Don't go no match, don't do anything. Because, bam, yeah, that's it. See, we can take a couple of calls because we have 30 minutes. Norton, Wagwan, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Hey, man. Afternoon. You know what? I'm always pessimistic when it comes to Mr. Speed. But, my words, this time around, they actually believe that, I believe that Mr. Speed, I don't think he's for this quota, the 7. I think this is just a compromise. I don't know if you said it before regarding the election process. The only thing is that I agree with you that it is not in writing, coming like when people get left something and say, man is man forget the house, or when the person dead, you can't get it. But Mr. Speed had opposition in the boardroom when he was trying to come up with this policy. So I would much rather if it was in writing, you know. Yeah, but I believe.
Let me say, sorry to cut you out, but I don't know if I don't believe that Mr. Speed believes the same thing right now. Would have hear him say that still. Me just say that.
Well, let me tell you something.
Let me say this. A lot of these parish presidents, where a lot of this come from, they will tell you, I don't like nobody will go to the stadium anyway. Listen, these people don't expect anybody to go to the stadium. So why should they listen to even the fans? Because they are telling, and that is part of the problem we have. So here's what. You see, if Jamaican fans, every game was 30,000 people, and people are talking about quota, let me tell you this. You see, if when Demarai Gray make him debut at Jamaica, the stadium did full, and we hear say, them are going to do this, and we say, no, we not go, it would make a difference. Because of 40 million Jamaican dollars them lose. When the few people who are go match, stop go match, them not really lose nothing, because them already lose, because nobody now watch no match. Nobody not watching any match, you know. You don't know, you don't hear this. That the majority of people in the island of Jamaica where wear the Jamaica shirt, I get them to buy them.
True.
Half of the people that go to the stadium when the team play a free ticket. So if out of the 3,000 people, 1,500 free ticket.
So for these,
some management, let me ask you.
as far as you're concerned, Norton, when me and you and Cranky and Walter come up here and say we want to see the best player, hear them are saying, "Oh no, no, come watch the best player."
Okay, so you come in like the cricket.
Yeah, like what? Why Chris Gill and them and in a CPL come? Nobody now go watch them at Sabina Park either.
Oh boy. Well, you know, in my viewpoint still, you know, me think speed like the two coaches. And me think say whatever the two coaches want, the two coaches will get because they know what they're doing. It's just that would I prefer to see policy like what you say. Well, I guess that's how it is. So I'm going to just ask, since that is how it is, although all that we are going to have migraine and a possible stroke one of these days because we love the football, like that. I have a question to ask you outside of this because I always I'll get you. Damien Lowe, when Damien Lowe went on as the midfielder and did what he did, do you think the perception of the midfield position changed? Because is it that now we're looking for a hard-nosed midfielder and we forget about the creative midfielder? You think we move in a different direction because of what Damien Lowe did?
I don't know
because nobody now talk about the creative midfielder since Damien Lowe playing.
Rob, because we are talking about election and now, Rob, man. Me want Norton, man. Election we are talking about.
All right. And because we can't get you, we can't talk to you all the time, and every day we can't talk to you.
No, man.
It's just a question in a minute.
You can't text me, man. I mean, you can talk off of the ear on that car, right? You know me.
All right.
Something just. When we just made a good comment that I need to respond to. Yeah.
All right, respond to it. Me go and listen. All right.
So, Henry. All right. So let me. All right. Because sometimes, I think because I get animated, the people don't listen to me, and a lot of times I realize on these platforms, because we have preconceived notions and ideas, it don't matter what the person say, we take it and because we don't listen, people. We don't see with our eyes first. We see with our hearts. People, we don't listen with our ears first. We listen with our hearts. The state of our heart tells how we receive information, and the state of our heart determines how we see information. So depending on what is going on in your heart, in your spirit, that's how you're going to see it. So let me help you. All right? They are not saying that the players can't. Listen, remember, all 20 players are going to come and try out. That is the issue you have. All 20 players will have an opportunity to try out. So here, because I don't understand, let me break it down to you. So, all of these 20 players, according to people, there are 20 players from the United Kingdom looking about documentation. All 20 of them are going to try out. So let's say the coach justified 2 for the first round. That's 7 plus 2, 9. So there are 11 of them left. You see those 11? They are not going to tell them that you did not get selected because of where you're born. Nobody is going to say that. People, come on. Why we like this? Here is what they're going to do. There is a second round. So keep on working because we're going to look at other players for the second round. You see the second round, out of the 9, they may say, okay, boy, let's use 5 and take a next 6, right? So watch this now. A 17 out of the 20 players that you use already. Say they qualify for the World Cup. You see the 3 that they never selected, they may take them. And with some more. So at the end of the day, all of the 20 player them at different time get involved in the process. So how are you going to say they discriminate? Because it's a select at the end of the day, they are not saying that they can't come and try out. They are giving all of them the opportunity to try out. We know, that it is based on the quota rule that they are only selecting 7 or 8 or 9. What we cannot do is prove it because they are going to tell you it is based on performance. And they have a next window.
So why are we making it so hard? So all we have to do is decide we now work with that. Reason up, people, man. I don't make me get animated. Just think about it. Break it down that way, then, man. Yo, me have a friend. A beer bush him eat. Bait. Me eat chicken and me eat fish. Strong muscles. Healthy bones. Me not eat bush people. We don't eat bush. But let me just say this. Under 20 quota thing is a joke thing still. But it's how them have. So like me, you know. Really, it don't really matter to me. You know what? Me stop stress myself. National team, I think. That is part of the reason why. You notice me do a lot of coverage on the female football. People ask me, it was kind of funny. Me hear people ask me, how you do this on this? How much female football is in the live stream on? yeah, I will tell you, a sweet greedy man go for lunch and I try and mad me. You understand me? Yeah, so the point I'm making, people, is that remember, these people are not saying that you cannot come for tryout. Listen, they can, because remember, I know, they were going to take all the players on a trip to Europe to try out. So you can't say they're not giving them a chance. And, like, are we not smart? Are we not smart? We cannot let them be smarter than us. No, you see, let me tell you the truth is, I did a female game some years ago, and I said that one hey, you know what I should do? You know what I should do? You see it? You see some of these people, you know. Look at this man send me now. Sir, you know what I respect, sir? That is not my friend. You know what I respect? I do ever respond to him. I'm glad you listen to the show, you know, and decide not to come on, you know. I'm glad you listen to the show. Me know you don't care about nobody's opinion, sir. That is the thing. You know. You don't care about nobody's opinion. Continue, man. Don't care about nobody's opinion. Don't care about nobody's opinion. Let me tell you again. Because me not agree with your quota. I don't agree with your quota. I don't. What if you think company show come challenge me right now? Come send you the link. Company show come challenge me. You know why you run? You run from the show. You see I run from the show. You run from the show. You run from the show because you know say if you put out your face out here. Hot-head man is man. I run from the show. I feel hide behind. You feel hide. And I may have a friend from, and I may have a bush eating friend this. You feel hide. You feel hide. You feel hide behind. If you think you're bad, step to the stream. I'm gonna mash you up. If you think you're bad, step to the stream. You know, the coach means it. I'm going to read the thing about because you know it's in a private thing. Me not really did want to do it. But if you give me permission, you know, him now go put a foot, man. This a person now go put a foot, man. He must type, man. He must hide behind. He must hide behind text. If you think you're bad, but who cares about your opinion on under 20? The people them don't know already, you know. From me I call them, know who me I talk to. Oh. If you think you're bad, you must go say no. You must go say no. Oh, you think, but now, big up Carlan in the place. So you mean financial mistake crew. I like that name there. oh. Because you know, all right, people. Him knows that I'm bad is bad. Yeah. But yeah. If you think you're bad, put a foot out here. You know, come for the show, man. Him saying that the whole presentation. Oh jeez, me almost let the no pussy let out on the bag and but me almost let it out. Now say nothing more, cause next thing you know go figure out who me attack. Big up yourself. All right. But on a different level though. But seriously, it can be discrimination, however, because it's not like they won't be giving the players an opportunity. All the players will be given an opportunity, but they're going to select different players at different times. What that means, you know, is that you can't say you were discriminated against because they invited you. And what they can do is split the amount of players over the amount of time. That is the issue, you know. That is the issue we're going to have. That is the issue. You understand me? That is the issue. And this is why I keep on saying it cannot be proven. But I was going to answer Jason Guna about he asked me why. So I remember saying that, man, they're unfit, they're overweight, and people, oh, you can't talk about females like that. It's not nice of you to say, but the person was unfit in one of our youth tournaments. The person was unfit and overweight and cost us the game. So I figured that leave female football alone, because if it was a male, and then I hear people watching the female sports and they think, and they would not say those things. And then when Haka was playing, oh man, fit, look how him got this, but they would never say. And me is a purist. It's football me I watch. Football me I watch. A football me I watch. And a female me I watch. A football. Someone I watch a female them. I female them I watch. I football me I watch. And if you not perform good, I don't care if you're male or if you're female. But I like to talk. I'd like to talk, you know, all right. Somebody want a link for the show, all right? I'd like to talk to Mr. Speed, but Mr. Speed. Yeah, man, big up Carlan, big striker, you mean, man? Yo, me remember we carried my striker go play a match, you know. Carlan, remember the man them telling us, yeah, we bust Mount Pleasant, you know, man. The same Mount Pleasant when them names Tush in the bush, you know. You remember that? You remember the game, the Carlan? Carry go play the game, man. And you jump if you head the ball, man. Upon the original picture Mount Pleasant have, man. And break your leg, man. A van we have to train, carry go hospital, man, because you slide on the edge of the, when you came back down, man, at the edge of the pitch right there, so, man. Couldn't believe it, man. Man, I tell you. Hey, Jamaica need to fix the fields, you know. Mr. Speed. Mr. Chung, and Mr. Speed, man, they start hide out the show them. Hide out the show them. Oh yeah, coach means we say me can read the thing. Can read the thing. Oh jeez! Yo! Cross. People. Right as me I get a call from England. Look who has arrived. Me not want to say nothing. Mr. Speed. What me don't know. You have got to talk to the people. You know. See the man. Your friend it's a $5 so Rudolph. We are waiting. You see how long it loading? Mr. Speed, a lot of people right now not happy with this definitive.
Oh, you get a lot of people, I only see 100 people, I see less likes. I not even see nobody I like the thing. I don't understand that.
You look like you have a YouTube channel and you know the program work. I've seen a teacher. Look like
I
I'm
see
seeing
the
a teacher.
lights. I'm gonna see. So what the whole of people there? 100 people and a whole of people.
Eh? A boy look like
100
I'm seeing a
people.
teacher. He look like I'm seeing a teacher. You know what the man must say, you know?
What?
One speed. Everybody, one speed badness. Yeah, that's it. Well, it's a speed afraid of nobody. All right, no worry yourself, people.
Man, mine's one contract
Guess
safe.
what speed? I don't know. As soon as I have a friend where as soon as they arrive on the train call, but I'm gone. I'm gone so fast. What are they? I even want to talk to you. I know me want to talk to you. I even want to talk to you. Welcome to I Am Sure.
What you talk about? Manifesto?
I know, man.
See the man who want to talk to you here. I know you don't want to talk to me, man. You don't call to talk to me. And Mr. Speedy, you call to talk to Cranky.
Oh, Cranky, how are you?
I am doing well, Rudolph. How are you doing?
Great. I'm doing well too. You must hear what got me from
Yeah, no, I read the manifesto. Me and Minzy went through it last night. Still need some work, but it's a good first attempt. And I've always told people, don't go to market first. Going to market first is not the right thing. Any company can tell you that. Go market afterwards. You can piggyback and expound upon it and look good. But anyway, that's not the point of my conversation.
Cranky, your market argument no make it still. You have to go on market first to get fresh product, Cranky. But go ahead.
Management. I tell this management, this is not a discussion. Management, go talk to any of the best companies. Management, you're way off on. Trust me, you're way off on. I'm telling you, way off on this. Don't even act, management. Don't debate this one. Don't debate this one. Trust me on this.
Management, me and Cranky agree. They're releasing it before Christmas, then everybody got eat pie and eat cake and drink rum. Then forget everything was in.
Anyway, yeah, Mr. Speed.
So Rudolph, I am beside myself, Rudolph. Beside myself when I read you had Quota, 7 overseas players. Now, management was here, even though I say he disagreed with you, justifying as to why this is okay.
Oh, Jesus.
And justifying. No, management, I'll tell you what I hear, management is not your time now. Me talk now. We finish. Justifying and giving the reason why you have a legal, a moral leg to stand on. I'm gonna put it that way.
Oh, Jesus,
right?
Please.
Cranky.
Yeah.
Cranky.
Yeah.
So what?
Yes.
You must have heard. You're looking at our manifesto. You must have heard the other party when they were presenting their manifesto saying, because people tend to say I am lying easily. They were saying that they don't want. As a matter of fact, they went as far with the senior team as saying they are going to have a team in camp. On the weekends, then release them to the local clubs to play the match and then bring them back in camp. And when them feel like, then call Shamar Nicholson. That's what they said now. What that tells you that there are some people don't want not even one local base, not even one overseas based players on the team. Now, when you're in a boardroom and you have people with different views, and you have here another club owner say it over and over too. This is not me telling tales. You have some people don't want none, not even one, zero, zilch. So when you try it, when you have that position by some, and usually it's the loudest mouths, you have to find a way to please everybody. That's what democracy is. That's what it is, right? And that's what the Westminster model they have. So the 7 came up as a figure with a proviso. Now, everybody forget the proviso. And the proviso is, if you can prove that more is necessary, we give you. And I have a live example. Last under-20 World Cup, there was 9 overseas players there. The women under-20, there was 14. The boys under-17, there were 8. So this is not something that was just start happening. And there's this proviso that gives us, the technical people, the power to increase the amount. But the check and balance is 7 first, then you ask more. I don't know if anything is really drastically wrong with that.
So Rudolph,
you could get the whole 20 in this one if you ask.
Yeah, Rudolph, and Rudolph, the concept of quotas makes sense in an environment, our community, where, for example, in the US, where blacks have been disadvantaged for years,
and you have to address the disparity and the history of this to have people catch up, Rudolph. There's no catch up going on here. Second, even in the US, I know people don't like these analogies, the Supreme Court just knocked down affirmative action because a minority group who are mainly Asian says they were being disadvantaged. And even though the selection is made by the individual universities, not government, that was knocked down to say you cannot make that selection anymore. Management gave this example of you being a body that can select, say 7, but everybody's a fair opportunity. That is not correct. They don't. Only the 7. If you have a team of 20 people, Rudolph, and 20 try out, and all 20 were the best 20 and they're born overseas, only 7 would be in the team. That means the remaining 13 would not have been given a fair opportunity to be in the team, even though based on ability, they were the best people for the team. Now, let's start with Rudolph. I understand the politics. Wait, finish. Rudolph. Let me say this. Wait, you have a chance to talk. No, wait, let me say this. I understand the politics, Rudolph, and I've seen the politics work in the corporate environment. If I bought my old company, it was so bad that somebody who's senior, who used to be head of treasury for the US government in my company, said we did it because other people did it, even though it was wrong to do. Right? I understand that. But you can't get yourself to the lowest standard as the barometer of your example. What would have been better to me is you appeasing your constituent by saying you're going to do a ton of things to make sure the youngsters get to the same level, and you articulate clearly what those initiatives are to enable that to occur. That quota thing just rubbed me the wrong way. Well, you don't understand. I decided I'm not going to watch any football under 20 for Jamaica going forward. No, not going to.
Okay.
Seriously.
I was just saying though, I mean, you know better than what you just said, Cranky, because you just alluded to it. If you're in a situation where you have different views, you have to, in a democracy, you have to find a common ground. And that was a common ground, but there was a proviso that actually helps that you were able to put in, that if you feel that you have other additional players, you can say. Now, it is good for you to say all that you just say. I mean, you have other people who are able to cite examples, and I really have cite the examples too, of how much of them transition up to the senior team. I mean, we do have a quota in the senior team. So, look here, there's no perfect thing. Everything JFF does is bad. Although we have to listen to our stakeholders and see what they want. Because you can't tell me you're not going to listen to your stakeholders as to what they want. You have to listen to the people who say.
So Pete, are the fans your stakeholders? Are the fans your stakeholders? Are the players your stakeholders?
But we listen to you too. Not because, but we listen to you too, but Cranky. But you know, must get your own way. So you take up all your marbles and run away.
Speed. I don't mean. Look at the chat, Speed. It's a sample. Look at the chat. It's sample.
Cranky, let me ask you
yes.
Here's
Go
my
ahead,
one question to me. Listen, Speed. Do you believe that a quota, me not ask about policy, me not ask about Jeff. What is your position on quota at the under 20 level? My question.
So remember, my position is that under 20 must be professional players. You guys hear me say it all the time, and you're going like say on the ear.
All right. So that means
that alone tell you it must be the best professionals. So you guys keep on going like on a deaf and stick broken on the ear. You say that all the time.
No. So can I say definitively that Mr. Speed does not believe in the quota policy?
I am not saying that because me have collective responsibility. Me say, hear what me say.
Okay.
Me say, me believe says only professional player must play under 20 every single day. And in the senior team, there's no quota in a senior team. The coach pick whosoever I want to pick. And we have set out a technical program to say we want to improve our local staff so they can compete on a better footing. That is what I say. And that is why I go about coaching and club licensing and those building capacity in the country so we can produce better players. That's what I say. So,
all right, Cranky, go ahead, Cranky, with your reasoning.
So Rudolph, why isn't the focus on the coaching, the administration, not necessarily the JFF, the Parish Association? Why aren't they taking the culpability and the responsibility for the players being able to compete at the international level and be successful at the international level? Why are they putting that focus now and restricting a citizen from being in the national team? Why is that the focus? Don't we have...
Nobody's restricting anybody. Nobody's restricting anybody. What are you talking about? I mean, I understand you. Why you're saying that we mustn't develop our own?
If you only I'm shocked. Are you saying that?
Are you saying we mustn't develop our own? No, but I'm shocked what you just said.
Rudolph, how do you Rudolph, how do you define your own? How do you define your own? What does your own mean?
No, the people who are in Jamaica, we are putting in systems in place, better coaching, better structures, to make them be better players so they can compete with the Jamaican players overseas who have access to superior coaching techniques and clubs and systems and everything. What is wrong with that statement?
No. Here's what you're missing, Rudolph. I go back to my point again.
No. Is something wrong with that statement, Cranky? Because me, I going to if you say we mustn't help the local players here, so them have a just as good chance as the people overseas. So both of them, so you pick the best from both teams. If you say something wrong with that, Cranky, better me stop talking, Cranky. You're not reasonable.
No, Rudolph, you're misquoting, you're misrepresenting me. You're inappropriate in doing that, Rudolph. Seriously. Here's what I'm saying, Rudolph. You're inappropriate in saying that.
No, you ask, why am I doing
why
that?
aren't the coaches? No. Why aren't the coaches and the administration, including the parish association, realize and look in the mirror and says, it's our ineffectiveness. It is our inability. It is our ineptitude. It is our incompetence why the players who come through a system on a regular basis are not competing at the highest level. Why don't they take responsibility for that? Accountability.
Cranky, yes. I say that all the time. Man is man. You ever hear me say that? Say how we are feeling players. Cranky, I say that all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. I say that all the time.
No, but what I'm making is this, Rudolph.
I say that all
what
the
you're
time.
doing is, but Rudolph, you are restricting.
You're not listening.
Rudolph, here's a question, Rudolph. No, I'm not saying you have, Rudolph, I give you credit where you credit is due now. You may not realize this, you know. I give you credit where credit is due now. I laud you when lauded is due now, Rudolph, all the time. Because I'm not selective about how I give my perspective on anything, Rudolph.
So you're asking me about them. I don't know about them. I can't answer you.
But that's the constituency you're trying to satisfy with this quota.
No,
they're the ones you're trying to satisfy with the quota.
I'm not satisfying nobody. I'm not trying to satisfy nobody.
Okay, Rudolph, you can't say it publicly, but you are. You can't say it publicly, but you are. Come on, you are. You are. Rudolph, what I know about you, Rudolph, you are, but don't say it. Don't put yourself in any trouble. Let me say this to you, Rudolph. Let me say this to you, Rudolph. Which is this? Don't put yourself in trouble, but I know. Rudolph, if you're a citizen of a country, you expect to have all rights and privileges afforded citizens of that country. Telling me that I have selection process which differentiates between local and overseas born is inappropriate, frankly. It's not appropriate. And I'm shocked that the government, and people probably most countries don't have this, right? Not every country have what Jamaica have, which is a litany of people who have migrated and have offsprings who qualify to play for that country. Most soccer nations don't necessarily have that. Look at Brazil, it's many people they export, not people they import, right? So telling me that, oh, you know what, Cranky, you only have certain citizenship privileges because you were born in Jamaica, that's ridiculous. Don't be scared. We see that? Why am I on this island by myself? I don't understand this. Telling me I only have certain rights. I don't have all the rights of every citizen, born in Jamaica or not, when you told me based on your constitution that I do, is inappropriate. And management methodology talking about people who are dual citizenship. And
nobody a chance to say anything else once you start.
Go ahead, Rudolph. Go ahead.
No, man's one more.
Shut up.
Yeah, so let me finish. No, Cranky. let me turn out, Cranky, because you, Cranky, you typed in the thing that is discrimination. I stand by what I said, Cranky. The sentiment across Jamaica. You sent me a text message, so let me go back to what I was responding to and why I brought up those examples, because I'm going to put things into context, my friend. Here's what you said to me. Are there such quotas in place for all our sport teams? I said that we cannot prove that because we don't have the influx of athletes in any other sport like football. So we can't prove that there isn't. We can't prove it Because it may be, because right across Jamaica, there's this sentiment about foreign nationals, even in our politics. It's right across Jamaica, from teachers to medical people to members of parliament. It's a general sentiment. That's what I said. Then you went on.
Man is bad.
For instance, Cranky, give me a chance.
Foreign nationals.
Cranky, give me a chance.
But that's what they view them as, Cranky. They are citizens, but that's what they view them as.
Cranky.
I need to speak because I need to speak because Cranky. I am telling Cranky the perception of the people. You think I don't know that a Jamaican is a Jamaican, Cranky? I'm not a dunce, my brother. I know that. But the people in Jamaica don't see them that way, Cranky. And no matter how I tell you that, you think I am saying that they are not Jamaicans. That's the sentiment of the people, whether you believe it or not, you know. That's what the people believe. You probably have relatives in Jamaica who believe that. Sadly, that is the truth. And it is wrong, but they believe so. That's what I keep on telling you. No, what am I Mr. Speed? So I am saying that for me, the thing needs to be written. Because here is the issue we have in Jamaica. And you know, hey, we have deep love for Cranky in the people, so, but we're just robots, we're not quarreling. Easy yourself.
Well, look here, Cranky. You mentioned the Prime Minister.
Cranky.
Relax, Cranky. Relax, Cranky.
No, man. Let me say this. I just need to say this. Me are Cranky. Cranky is here, man. So let me say this, man. Here's the thing. What Mr. Speed need to help me to understand is this, because here's what they will do, Cranky, and this is what I want the people to get. I'm glad Mr. Speed is, so I can tell him this. According to this thing, there are 20 players. It is easy for them to select 7. The coach makes provision for 2, and they use 9. They will say to the other 11 players, we have a next round, so work on this and that and come back. You cannot use that to say discrimination, because here's that. The next round, you see the first 9 that they use, they probably use 3 of them and 6 of others. So out of the original 20, now they have used 17. I am asking you, how are you going to prove discrimination in that case? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
The policy is discriminatory. The policy is discriminatory. That's where you start from.
Exactly. So the policy is discriminatory. That's what I'm saying. And I don't agree with it. But it's going to be hard to prove it, because they are going to tell you it is selection that it is done on, and that selection is based on tryouts. That is the issue we have.
If the policy is discriminatory, everything else after that is flawed. Forget about selection, man.
Okay.
If the policy is discriminatory, everything that comes after that is flawed. That's what I'm trying to make. It's flawed. And here's something, Rudolph. So, Rudolph, my son come to Jamaica and try for the team. Man is not talking about tryout. He's number 8 in terms of who you select, right? And you say, you know what? I'm sorry I can't select you. Even though you and the coaches know he's better than all the Jamaican players, born players. And you're telling me I can't select you because you know what? Why? You didn't make the team. Why? I'm better than all those players. You just didn't make the team. You're not good enough. I know you say we have discretion as a committee, but that's irrelevant. Your policy says 7. And that's not fair to the kids, poor kids who are Jamaicans.
Yes. Back to the point where you have to understand that we live in Jamaica, you live in US, we understand all that. Back to that point. You know, say actually you have people who are run for member of parliament. You bring up a government, to be member of parliament, and you know say people win all seats in Jamaica and then carry into court and say if they don't renounce the US citizenship, they have to give up the seat. That's how bad it is in Jamaica. And now I hope you understand. And I want you to go to the Prime Minister.
Rudolph, stay that point. Rudolph. So some countries, like India, for example, doesn't allow a dual citizenship. So if Jamaica wants to do that, that's fine. It doesn't affect their Jamaican citizenship. They still have been afforded to hold their seat.
No, but it's the same point, man.
What I'm saying,
no. Go ahead.
Well,
the person have dual citizenship because Jamaica allows dual citizenship. The only time Jamaica not allow, one of the times them don't allow dual citizenship is when you run for your elected post in Jamaica. You can't be the Prime Minister of dual citizenship. They might tell you say you have to.
That's fine, Rudolph. Rudolph, that's fine because you're still a Jamaican citizen and afforded all rights and privileges of a Jamaican citizen. You still are. You want to be in American politics? Go to America.
That person, I'm just telling that person could have been born in the US or in England and then come to Jamaica and get their citizenship. And if they send them around for MP or NEP or council or anything or prime minister, them have to give up the citizenship in the land where them born, or else they're not accepting them. I don't know if that's a quota, but it sounds like.
But Rudolph, I'm fine with that, Rudolph, I'm fine with that, Rudolph, because that's Jamaican rules, that's Jamaican laws for Jamaican citizens. And you say, you know what, you cannot be a dual citizen.
Oh, so who make the law? So hold on now. So hold on. Who make the laws then? Who make the rules? Who make the rules and the laws for JFF?
But Rudolph, wait, hold on now. We're talking about a citizen of a country.
Laws, brother. You just quoting laws. Hey, who make the law?
But I'm going to Rudolph.
Who make the law in my
Rudolph, hold on now. You're saying FIFA's rule is about you have a passport for that country and you have exceeded certain caps, you qualify to play for that country, correct? Correct or not?
No, you change your argument every time.
But you answer the question, Rudolph.
No, you're trying to change your argument. Don't do that. You were going on a road.
I want
to continue down the road.
Okay. So Rudolph, if your law says, you know what, nobody from St. James can't be in the team, that's okay. Everybody should accept that.
I don't see the reason why.
You're saying that then. You can make any law you want to make. Your law makes sense or not.
Cranky, it is possible that St. James does something so egregious that the JFF ban the whole parish. It's possible.
So the kids okay, here's my point.
Just like they could ban a club and don't make nobody from the club play for the national team. They can.
So here's my last point. Those kids did something egregious and their parents did. Their parents migrated from Jamaica. Those kids were born outside of Jamaica. They weren't born in Jamaica like those other kids. So they did something egregious. They were born in the wrong country. Good afternoon, Speed.
Good one.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good one.
All right, so that is Cranky now. I think Cranky is so upset. I think Mr. Speed. So let me articulate, because unlike
Cranky now is so good.
And no, unlike Cranky, you know, me have to take this thing, right? So what guarantees do I have that after the 7, if the coach can justify 13 other players, all 20 will be selected?
You know, one of the things I keep on saying, and the facts is right there. It has happened before. It's not like say it never happened before.
I'm talking about.
But I'm saying one of the things that me see everybody I get tired of themselves here. Out of the 20, 4 of them have passports. So
no man, listen. I'm not going to use this. I'm not going to use this. What I am saying is, I'm gonna give you a good example. I see Coach Freddie Butler trying to keep a camp, and parents are already saying it don't make any sense, because the sentiment is that their kids will not be selected because, right? The kids are not going to.
I just you spread propaganda, because somebody else just called me this morning and they want to go to the camp. So you just stop spread propaganda.
All right. You can't say
because one person call you or 2 person call you, don't mean anything now.
All right, so fine. But it doesn't affect. So the bigger issue is in the policy in your manifesto, it speaks about the 7, and it says it will be enforced, but the provision is not there about any number above the 7. Is there a policy document?
No, you saw the wording. Come on, come like say when you're reading the honest. There's a wording.
Let me read, because maybe
there's a wording. And the manifesto use numbers, it never use a number.
Let me read, no, because maybe me read, I mean, I understand.
Manifesto not a number.
No, man, so let me, so you have to educate me, you know, because me admit, say, me not really, me get the list. People, me not want to talk about that. Me not want to talk about that, the list there, you know. Me I tell her that, you know.
Which list?
Some under 20 list, me not want to show it, because that will be a next upset argument. So me not want to bother go down there, so. Anyway, the percentage of Jamaican born, this is the salient part. However, we currently have a quota system in place for our junior teams, right? But I think there have been breached or this has been breached, right? Going forward, we will be enforcing this stipulation in a balanced way to ensure the development of our local talent, that they may be given a chance to transition to play at the senior level.
Balanced way.
So let me give you
that there's a rider. Balanced way. That means we'll take everything into consideration.
No, Mr. Speed.
That's what it means to us.
Mr. Speed.
What it means to the author.
To the author.
Yeah.
All right.
That's usually what is important. The authors. If you go to court, hold on, and there's a discretion, something is interpreted, is written. The first thing the judge do is call the person who write it and say, what was your intention?
So we have to work out that. Hold on, we have to work out that. So 7 was the rule. The 7 was being breached, which would mean the 7 people have gone above the 7. So seeing that the 7 was breached and it is going to enforce, you are saying that enforcement is not to stick to the 7.
Enforcement is when you read 7, you must ask the permission.
Oh, so going above the 7 then is not the breach. So how has this been breached then?
They not ask the permission. There have been cases. No, not true. The people have asked the permission. Right?
So where has the breach been? Where has it been breached?
We have seen breach in occasion, but people have generally asked the permission, yes.
But so then there has been no breach then?
I never said that. I said there have been breach, but people have generally asked it.
But how has the thing been breached?
Because somebody picked more.
So how can they pick more if they were given permission, Mr. Speed?
I'm tired to tell you, say, and everybody that's willing to listen, One thing say me sit down and watch. I don't even go to training. I don't know who get picked till me see the list. Most of the time when I see the team, is when the media see it. You see the list what you are talking about? I don't see it yet.
No, Lord have mercy, Mr. Speed.
I'm just telling you that most of the time I don't see this. Look, just hold on, man. What happened when we go up on a tour for the JFF? Everybody write a report and then it come to the technical committee and then we go through it and see what happened, what work, and try to do better next time. Most of these teams when them go out, I do not see the list until them probably up on the plane. We don't see the list. We don't ask for it, we don't want to see it. So sometimes certain things slip through the crack and we have to catch it up at the back and say, yo, why this happened? Bam, bam, bam. Because for instance, there's one particular team where you all know, because you know this more, where when we see the returns come back and we look on how much minutes everybody play, we're saying, if you carry this player from overseas and play this minutes, why? So we ask questions. So it's a case where a lot of times we don't know what is happening because we don't follow up the player, the coaches them one-on-one trip every day. The coaches them would have to come to us when them pass the amount and say, what is this? And coaches have done that in the past and said they can't find another player. We have allowed it. But some have gone through the cracks.
All right. No, man, I understand that, but here's my position, right? The present document that we have, right, it is saying that there's a particular, because it's about the enforcement of the quota system. Clearly.
So hold on, let me ask something. So you want me to run around my house? If me get a job if the boy, hold on. Hold on.
Let me finish. All right. So
but me want to say something before you say. Anytime we make policies in any business, or even the policies them where you have for your program, because you say if you tell me you're on a policy for your program, you tell Cataract Fish who was the next five shows, right? So everybody make policies for them in them business, and the policies must be enforced. If me are the gatekeeper with my committee of those technical policies and we allow them to happen and don't do anything, would be, regardless of what is Cranky's opinion and your opinion, it will be gross dereliction of duties for us to do that. And we're not running on our house.
So here's where you and I are at. You have a policy with the under 20 and let's work it out. Me and you not agree on it, but fine, it is the policy. Me not agree with you, but it is the policy. So that is why I don't want to have the discussion. What I'm talking about now is how the wording of the policy document, because if the policy, if the compromise is we can discuss the rest, we can discuss anything over, but still you're saying the people who were instrumental is in seeking for this policy want or at least desire for local players. That means that there's a conflict with the policy. Because if the coach, it is reasonable to believe in a 20-man squad that it cannot be 20 overseas players, if you're saying that the policy was really upon the insistence of some people saying local players must be a part of it. That is the issue, you know. So there's a conflict with the policy because the stakeholders are going to get what they want. That means the person who is selecting the team will not get what he wants because both things cannot happen at the same time.
So what is wrong? But me not understand you. You employ somebody to do a job and you have a policy and then don't carry it out?
Okay. So now we are get somewhere. So the coach will have to carry out the policy.
Then what else him out do?
So the coach is following the policy.
Then not get fired if you not follow the policy.
All right. So okay. No. So we are get somewhere, man. It's got today.
Then hold on. Me want Cataract course all you show them.
Cataract coming on my
conversation. What the policy you have? What the policy you have?
Hold on. Cataract.
If you're sure you get sensible seeing persons like cranky. No one. You get sensible seeing persons like cranky if you also show them. Don't.
No, St. Thomas you run from. Oh, you got to tell me that on Cataract they are St. Thomas around your parish.
No, I'm saying the people I see you make host show are reasonable people them all the time. Because you have a policy to host your shows. So don't pretend like say the JFF not have a policy. Look here, people, the JFF is changing and it's gonna be for the better. No more free for all.
All right. So a coach comes in, and like I said, Mr. Speed, I do not agree that if you're right, if your belief is that we need professional players, what needed to have been done is this. Let us see how we can expedite the process of getting our JPL to a professional level. That way we can do that, right?
Working on that.
All right. So while we work on that, we should stick to your argument, which is at the under 20 level, we need professional players. So the provision in the policy that you said you had to put in, it makes sense only if the coach have leverage to select as many as he wants, as long as he can give explanation. But he can't, because there are stakeholders that you basically you have to carry out their mandate. So that's all I'm saying. So it would be better because it's not going to work because the policy must be followed. The stakeholders, which are the parish presidents or whomever, the 56 constituent, say that, listen, this is what we want. The coach comes in and says, all right, but you did make a provision that I can justify the reasons. I am justifying these 13. I can justify them. So 13 plus 7 is 20. You are still going to go back to him or go back to that person and say, no, but you can't have all 20. That's why I'm saying that it is flawed.
No, you know a problem with the Westerners, people living at the West.
No, I'm not living at the West, papi.
Yeah, man, you're living at the West. When
I'm not living at the West, papi.
No, man, you don't understand the term the Westerners is Americans and.
Oh, you're talking the Western Hemisphere. Oh, yeah, Western Jamaica. All right.
We believe say a freeway alone point is correct, is a big flaw we have now. So we go all over the world and trouble the people them and I tell the people say you must do this and you must do this because those few views alone important. When other people have their own views and other people is saying that listen, we are the ones who are the biggest stakeholder in this thing. So people will say the funds are the biggest stakeholder. No, you're not. You have people who really invest their time and their money and they are saying they want this for themselves. It must be the right thing, but there's no way you can degrade the people and because they have a choice and they make it. I just don't understand.
No. I would not dig. Listen, I started out. This is why Cranky said he had an issue with me, because I am saying I do not agree with the policy, but I understand what is happening because I understand, but I don't agree with the policy. I don't believe that there should be a quota, but I have made a decision that listen, either me go just leave the football and cut out, or me support the football and knowing that this is the policy. Might as well me just work with it, become a love Jamaica.
And every single person that does business have policies.
Yeah, but not policy that borders on discrimination though. That is the issue.
What? Some of them even worse than that. Some of them are discriminatory policy. Sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad. But they are. Everybody have policies and you have to either take it or leave it. And I just saw till enough people decide that they want to change. But at the same time, what we are doing now, we earmark 1.9 million US dollars every year going forward for development, because we want our players to have the same experiences as another player who is in a better.
So why you never create a timeline, Mr. Speed, and say to the people, in the next 2 years, we believe based on our plans, we will be able to field teams with more at the youth level, with more players playing on the domestic scene, because we are putting the measures in place.
But we said that in the manifesto too.
All right.
Those words.
However, in the short term,
you just want to look on one page.
No, man. So yeah, man. So I'm gonna say that, right? No, man. So in the short term, we also want to excel at the highest level, and we believe that the best way to do that is to tap into our diaspora citizenship. So you may see for the next tournament a majority or probably a squad predominantly made up of players from the diaspora, but we continue to work assiduously on the local development because we believe that the next time around the Phoenix, the Cavaliers, the Mount Pleasant with their partnership, these clubs will be able to produce enough players of the professional level and quality level to challenge and make a team. So give us some time to work on this, because in the next 2 years, in the middle of our reign, we will do this. But right now, we believe that we have such talent in our diaspora that we can compete at the World Under 20 World Cup and the Under 17 World Cup. Yes. What about that approach to the process?
That approach? that is in the manifesto.
No, sir. No,
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, sir, that ain't in the manifesto. People wanna read that in the manifesto?
Of course, in the manifesto we said
mm-hmm.
The women national senior team only had 6 players that were born in Jamaica. Right? That what when we highlight those things, what we are highlighting is that whatever system we have in place for development is inadequate. That is why only 6 come from Jamaica, because all the other top countries in the world, they don't have any quota system. But if you look at the amount of persons that born in the country that play on those teams, is a much greater proportion than us. Am I right?
In terms of domestic players?
If a Brazil feel an under 20 team, right?
Yes.
They would have players that are born in Brazil that play on the under 20. The majority of them would be born in Brazil. It will be rare you find one more.
Yeah, man.
So I'm saying, so the reason why that happened is because their development systems are better than ours in Jamaica. Isn't that the fact?
Of course.
Right. So all I'm saying, we decided now, Manifesto, put up 1.9 million US per year to get our players up to a better standard so they can compete better. That is in our manifesto,
True. No, I am saying that is in the manifesto, but the manifesto must look at the immediate happenings. The immediate happenings is, why not give all the players at your disposal an opportunity to try out, knowing that maybe.
But if that is up to the coach, we don't pick player. Policy don't pick player.
It's not up to
Yes, it's up to him, but we never tell him so him only have 7 for come at trials. Him can carry 1 million. Him can go in the US and Canada and America.
All right. So the next thing now, Mr. Speed. All right. So the first round of this tournament is 3 games. What I want to find out is how putting in this policy help in the players' development for the 3 games.
But I don't even know what you're talking about. We only have 4 people. We're not even met the 7 yet. We have passport.
No, Mr. Speed. Listen,
this is ridiculous now.
No, listen. At the end of it all, there is a policy. So there is a policy. Hold on the damage. There is a policy. All right. So there is a policy. And the policy, embedded in the policy, is the development of the local players, which includes team selection. My question to you is, regardless if it's 1 or 10 or 15 or 7 or 6 domestic-based player, how does playing in a tournament that has 3 games benefit their development?
But playing a 3-game tournament is not development. That playing 3 games don't. You see, people have this misconception that is training camp and playing games make player develop. No. Player have to start develop from them at 6. You know, when I did my A license, you know, the person who I studied was Richard Williams. People ask me, why you study Richard Williams? Richard Williams is a tennis coach. But him started his daughters from they were 4 to play the game. So development don't come in a training camp and when you call a squad together. Development for players start from when them actually introduced to the game. And the programs that you introduce coming all the way up.
Exactly.
Decide how good the players are going to be.
That is why you don't need to have a system in place where local players are selected, because it's not really helping in their development.
But you still beat that one when you still beat that thing when, and we are going back over the same thing over and over. I told you how it came about. That was the best deal at the time. You take a deal and you move. What am I going to sit there and kill myself?
No, you educate. Anyway, all right. Danny Dredd is on the line, and we have Brian and Shavon. And Danny Dredd.
Yeah, man, good day. Mr. Speed, bless up. And the rest of your panelists. My name, I have a question I wanted to ask you from morning. But before, I got to say this. I got to say this before. Yeah. You see the man the other day will tell you, say, in the 70s, Jamaicans say skill cool better than Pele. Nothing no go so. In the 70s, Pele want demogod in Jamaica. Them time they never have Maradona, Ronaldinho, and all these Messi yet.
All right, but
now make him tell you that for win argument. All right. Now my question is this: while I don't believe in the quota at under 20, all right, me tell you, say Jamaica match under promoted most of the time, right? Now, me is a man when I'm on the ground. And me is a man who go around and say, Jamaica play a stadium. And I come. You know the answer when me get mostly. Sometimes people are, when me wait till after match play, and me say, Jamaica play a match last night, and them say, where the score? All right, man, go show you something now. Here where some people look for me and say, no. 2002, 2006, 2010, 2014, 2018. We're going for this bag of English player. I will not look no better. Me not going to stadium. And that is a lot of people. What must I tell these people? What must I tell them?
We are asked. Me or Mr. Speed?
Yeah. You ask. Anybody, wait there 1 minute. Why me not so much believe in the quota? This go with the cultural thing where you just start about. So if we are going to bring them foreign player, we have to guarantee success. Because to me, St. people will prefer go. Wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. Me say, you never hear what me just say. Me say, while I don't believe in the quota, me I talk about these people when me go JPL match every week and them travel go to town every week. And when me say, come we go stadium and go watch Jamaica match, me can't bother with them foreign players because them come and I will look worse. How must I deal with them? What do I do to get them in the national stadium? Because as far as me say, a man will prefer go watch Daniel Green. 40% of people will pack up go watch Daniel Green. Play for Jamaica more than watch them are agree. So when the bag of foreign player come and the stadium empty, me don't know how we deal with it. The foreigner them have to go come home and come at the match them at stadium too. Me just I said this, maintaining to the cultural problem where I try to show the people them.
Yeah, me that tell Cranky. Okay.
You get me? What I mean, I ask you now, what must I do to get them for watch this thing? Cause I believe say, like if it's a JPL team, them would have run come with me faster.
Okay.
You get me?
Yeah. Me get
so, Mr. Speed can't deal with it, you can't deal with it, cause under the same cultural problem. How do we go around this? Cause the only thing we see, you know, when you bring them foreigner, you know, you have to win so much, you know.
Why you call them foreigner though? That's the first thing.
Them live in a foreign. Me know them are Jamaican.
Yeah,
them are Jamaican.
So maybe the first thing we need to do is to stop calling them foreigner. Is Leon Bailey a foreigner?
No. People will come watch him.
All right, but
people will come. And people, the whole of jungle will come watch Cephas more than Anthony. More than Michael Anthony.
We're gonna Cephas and Anthony. Let me ask you, is Leon Bailey?
Because I mean, Jamaican. You compare Jamaican to foreigner.
Yes, me make it. So is Leon Bailey a foreigner?
Yeah,
is Leon Bailey a foreigner?
Listen to me now. Me I talk Germanins, man. Me talk born a foreign and come home, man. Try find the difference, man.
So okay, so
the foreign player them way turn Jamaican where we go for.
No, all right.
People prefer go watch the JPL player up at the stadium more than them. How can we get back the fans in the stadium? That's my problem. That the JFF can have some money.
So if the players who are born, if Leon Bailey and all of those guys were playing, and the Shamar Nicholson, all of the guys who play overseas were playing, except the ones that were born in Jamaica, except the ones that were not born in Jamaica. So Anthony and those guys don't play. You believe that more people would come out and watch them?
Me feel say more people will come watch the JPL player them.
So all right, so it is not about
that's how me feel. Due to that cultural problem there.
The point to me I make to you though, Danny Jared, is this.
I watch and wait one thing, man.
Make the point. Okay, go ahead.
It's one thing, and it have to do with 2002, 2006, 2010, 2014. We get no results.
Here's the point I mean.
That more we address.
Here's what I'm saying now, Danny Dread. Here's what I'm saying.
I mean, I represent people on the ground.
Here's what I'm saying to you, Danny Dread.
Yeah.
Even if the Jamaicans who are playing overseas come back, according to your logic, the people not watching because they want to watch JPL players. All right.
No, man. No, that's not what I'm saying. Don't twist me thing and bend me thing, man.
All right, so let me ask you again.
And then people will come out and watch Cephas.
Oh, okay. So all right. So Cephas is the one. So
that's an example. No, man. That is an example, man.
The problem why you talk about twisting the argument is that every time you go say something, you interrupt me. So you're not me. I give. So
yeah, say it now.
All right.
Your time now.
So you have Cephas. So Cephas is the name. So the coach called Cephas. The coach called Shamar Nicholson. Him called Norman Campbell. Him called Andre Blake. Him called Corey Burke. Him called Junior Fleming. Him called Devon Speedy Williams. Him called Amal Knight. Him called Dean Kelly. Him called the former Excelsior baller. Him called Malik Howell. They call all of those players who are playing in the States and in Europe to come and play. the Jamaican people go out, go watch them.
My time?
Yeah.
Them call all of them people at one time. All right. That sound like about how much? 9. And then them call how much foreigner?
No, man.
And then wait no man. And then how much foreigners start?
Yeah, miss the point though. What I'm saying to you is that
people may I represent now, you know.
No man. So what I'm saying, listen.
Not myself.
Listen the point I'm making. I'm calling all the coach call a 23-man squad of players who play overseas, but they were born in Jamaica. None of them are born in Jamaica, right? You are saying if those players come and play, the Jamaican fan base will go and support them.
More, yeah. More. I like 5. I like 5 when I born here. I like 5. Them love use a number the 5. Cause I don't know, like them go back to 98 all the while. But here this man is because we not get no results.
So
you get me?
But Danny Dread, the team
the 5 field World Cup campaign. That's how the people them a talk about in the English band. Wide stadium empty.
So the five World Cup campaign that failed is because of the amount of English players.
That is their concept.
Okay.
Or them we prefer watch our local ball and lose more than watch. We go for England ball and lose.
All right, hold on, management. Hold on,
people.
Danny J, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I'm Shavan. I just wanted to ask a question. Do you think what you are mentioning, even though it may have some even 10% merit, don't you think that's a bit xenophobic? Because you're going to basically saying that.
Wait now. Listen to me now. You're listening to me? This when I put to you, this is when me go around, you know, and I tell people to come at stadium with me. This is the response that I am getting. It's not my view.
That's why I said it may have even 10% merit. I am not saying that you're wrong. But what I'm saying is that
Hold on, Chevron.
It have a merit where them not come. I mean need them to come.
Hold on, Chevron. So they don't want to watch Jamaica because all of the people. Because you said it is Senton and Mount Pleasant every Sunday at the game. They don't want to watch Jamaica because of all of the foreign-based players. How many players from Senton?
And them lose. And them lose. I don't know man when they say.
And them lose. Me will get to them losing part.
Yeah.
Me go for record and show you. All right, but let's come back to Mount Pleasant. How many players Mount Pleasant have in their team from Senton?
My names them come from Jamaica, Bana, Jamaica.
No, but all right.
People, so that is not my problem, man.
No, but listen to the point.
Don't switch your thing go local. Stay where the thing is.
Listen, what? Listen, you see the man we call the radio. Yeah. You see the man we call the radio. Them have a radio discussion.
Don't tell me that again. Don't tell me that again.
You can't tell it someone another. Yo. So here's the point I'm making, Danny Dread. You see what?
Yeah.
You see what? The players from the other parishes are to Mount Pleasant is what the players born outside of Jamaica are to the Jamaica national team. Similar.
But man, who on the ground, them no look on it, sir.
Okay. So
them glad for one ball and leave on it, come on Mount Pleasant.
So let's go on to something else that you talk about. Results.
All right.
Let's go to results. Do you know the present Jamaica national team has only lost 2 competitive games under this head coach?
Man, listen to me.
No, do you know that?
Listen, good.
No, man, do you know that, Danny?
Yes, I know that.
Okay.
The problem is not me, you know. Just listen to me, man.
But you just said
2002, 2006, right. 2010, 2004, 2018. You break them apart.
All right, so
how do we get them back?
Here's the thing, Danny. You said that I must add on results to it. All right, so we're going to add on results. This
from 2002.
But is that all right?
Not 2022.
No,
from 2002.
But Danny,
that's how them break.
So Danny Dread. So they are going back to 2002. All the results,
come up the line, yeah.
Come up the line. The results are better now. We are going into a World Cup campaign having qualified for Nations League and Copa America. Are these people planning on coming out to watch the game in June?
Me don't think so. I probably am me alone in my car come.
So what is your logic then? Then your logic not a reason.
Me logic is that them have to go get it more up. Probably them have to qualify before them all come back. Cause them just feel like, yeah, it started off here. Brother, me just want to know if you tell them to get them. Cause not even free drive them now.
Hey,
but if me say more pleasant,
Danny Dread.
Danny Dread, because with the
Hold on.
4 hours.
Hold on, the man is asking my question.
You understand me?
Hold on, I'm
Yeah.
asking my question, man.
Yeah, but
what? Danny, hold on a sec, Danny Dread.
All right, Danny. So when the JPL games them play, we see 10,000 persons at each of the games them. When Cavaliers they are the finals the other day, the stadium not even have
the finals Ramadan when Jamaica play.
No, I say when Cavaliers
the JPL full Savannah Park and Jamaica can't fully.
Hold on, no. When Cavaliers they in the Caribbean Cup finals the other day. Barely 300 people in a stadium. So why the people have never go support?
Cavaliers have no fans.
But
Cavaliers have no fans, boss.
You know, I get the point where we are trying making it.
You want to send Mount Pleasant go play the match, yeah?
All right, Danny Dread. All right.
Sorry, Mr. Speed.
Yeah, so we are going to run now because, the time.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
So, man, when you start it out, you can send it to my phone. When me must tell them.
No, man, me not tell nobody nothing.
When me can win them back.
One thing me know, them never meet half of the Liverpool team and they support Liverpool every Sunday. No man not tell me nothing. Me not have nothing.
Pan TV.
Me not business. Me not tell me about Pan TV because if Liverpool play up a stadium, they would have them.
Yeah, them would have go. Because if Liverpool are coming back Liverpool, but me got to.
Me not have nothing to tell no man.
All right, them wagon is a wait for the train then.
Me not have nothing.
But one thing me know, me not see stadium full again, brother.
All right. Yeah.
From me I go football in the 70s, 2000 stadium stop full.
You may call Brian gone, brother. I'm not to give a talk. Danny Dread, go on, no more. Danny Dread, man. Let me take some.
All right, big up.
Yeah.
Big up, but the truth is truth.
Yeah, the truth is truth. All right, people have to go run. The persons who are here, I don't see a face, I don't know, so I can't add it to the thing. All right, because we don't generally pin the link, so we have to know. Yo, how this one about in EMC? Go your face to boss C. No, do it again, brother. Big up yourself. Shavard, Coach Vinzi.
Oh, go on, morning.
Yeah.
Along telling us said it. The man tell you when I do these 3 months, say Quota debut, man. I hear the argument go on, and it not change.
Yeah, man, hold on, Sean. We have hold on a sec. Yeah, man, go ahead, Coach Minzy.
Yeah, me answer the argument that now got change because all are gone. Well, me not gonna say it change, but I look at me in the last under 20, and it look like it never go down well. And we think it did have make a headway in terms of getting some sort of what do I call it now? Some sort of acceleration. But it not happen because the people them have them policy and them a man not change nothing, brethren. So we have to go just deal with the quota system. Me I go see the only thing when me look on it now, I see if the team is used to play games and nothing now happen, that are the only thing we me I go see if changes are gonna make.
Which is what I was saying to Crankino, that listen, this is what it is. What we are gonna do, they decide to go watch a team or not, because this is it. It's hardball. So you have to make up your mind what you want to do. But let me hear from Sean. Sean, go ahead now, what you have to say, because
Yeah. As I said, I listen to that interview just early on just now. The things that we must say, and in my prayer, in a speak for the fans. You understand? But you have to remember this, fans, you have to remember this. Everybody has their own perspective of life, how them supreme. You understand?
Yeah.
Everyone not going to see it the same way. You understand what I mean? So we're not living in a 90-year era, bro. Life moves on from that. Check 90 years till now. Yeah, how much difference at life becomes with people from a world perspective. So how can we still remain the same in 90 years, living through affairs where we are talking about 5 people to the national team? Remember, we have a JPL league down there, where everybody in the world knows that the league is nothing. The ball of them lack of nothing. You understand? Physicalness. Even, look, we can tell you, if you take our JPL baller right now, even just put against Trinidad baller them. Trinidad baller them look more like somebody who have played professional league than our little JPL baller them. That's to show you the standard of our league there. So when you talk about you want people want to come watch JPL.
Me not really agree with you on the Trinidad thing because the Jamaican team them beat up the Trinidad team them in the thing they were just finished.
No, you're not listening. We're not the Jamaican team beat them up.
No, the club team them beat them up in the club competition.
The club team?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fine. We'll check that statement.
Yeah.
The facts and truth is what I say. Yeah. We can't talk about the past when we say we are moving on to the future. You understand what I mean? Back then, the player them what they play, Jamaican local player them what they play with the foreign of them time there. You have to listen to them man, because them man there you can't see them the quality in them. Now check them ball there from the past till now. Yeah? Because them ball there, you sure know if them ball there were gone in the past, them be there in the present right now. Them would have 20 times overclass them ball there will win class as JPL ball with people so the more.
No, sir, Carl, I mean I agree with you. We can't agree with you like
come on.
You believe that the ball of them you believe the ball of them in the past outclass the ball of them we are playing schoolboy football and JPL right now.
What do you mean? What you get from them? What you get from them ball you no, to the deal now. Just look on it. What you get from them?
What do you mean you get from them? Look much at the ball. Come on, man.
The facts and the truth is what's happening with Jamaican JPL baller. Them need to left Jamaica. Them need to left Jamaica and go find somewhere to build them standard.
No, you and I agree on that. That part they may agree with.
Yeah, because look, them to me, this is to me. Them not ready yet.
But Manins, when the baller then left Jamaica, you know, and go get exposed internationally, you still are gonna have one set where we are gonna want something that you know. We are gonna want the league to help them to progress to where them are go. So the cycle are gonna continue and it have to continue. So whether the baller then come out of Jamaica,
it has to continue.
Yeah. Every baller dream have to go outside. So I think work towards that.
That them to work towards. That's the big thing. I think the national team should be a place where you say you have about some JPL baller. No, Bridget. They need to go to make them name in a club. Like Shamar Nicholson. Me area boost of Shamar Nicholson to go play with the Arsenal man in one. Yeah? Look funny. I think if Shamar Nicholson in that Jamaica play Premier League, you could have talked about boots him up for the play for Arsenal, to represent Arsenal.
Hold on, Mr. Speed Mr. Speed are chime back in for the discussion. Because people have 4 hours and we have 12 minutes left and I'm gone. So go ahead, Mr. Speed.
I can tell you about Shamar Nicholson. It's against the match against Canada. When he scored the first goal, you know, I say 1 million. And when he scored the second one, I say 2 million. 2 million prize money we I get to go to Copa America. So, I mean, Shamar Nicholson, one thing I like with him is how he's tough and uncompromising. Enough time I know him disappointed because, you know, people are benching in our national team. But again, that just shows you that with the right direction, how a local player can really come forward and do what he have to do. So, our idea is that, listen, we have more gems here. All we need to do is pay them as much mind as we can and develop them properly. And then when they reach the national senior team, the best player play. That is what I believe in. The best player must always play. But you have to think about, how you kill. It's like we say, have grassroots
Sham, see me
program.
can take a next. Hold on, Mr. Speed. Sham, see me can take a next one because a lot of people are calling. This one.
Cool.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, Minzy.
I want to ask Mr. Speed about the 12 pro license in a 4 year. Mr. Speed, explain the part I invested for me.
Carla, just hold on a sec.
Now, what we say, we want to have 12 pro license coach by a certain time. I mean, so I don't understand what you mean by, and I said that how much A license we wanted to have by a certain time, how much B, and all 2,500 coaches should be educated.
Mr. Speed, you know the process to get onto the pro license.
If I know the process?
At the UEFA pro license attack, right?
No, the one that we have a link with and we look like we'll be able to go there is the Brazilian, South America.
Okay. I rest my case.
All right, Carla, go ahead now. Good afternoon. What, Carla? Look like we could lose the Carla. You hearing me?
It look like management drop out, so you can go and host Chevron film till him come back.
Nah, man, I'm the big coach there. But seriously though, Mr. Speed, the one question we have pertaining to the manifesto, it was pertaining to the facilities, right? Improvement of the facilities, mainly up at the Burial Center. I've read it because I read the Gen 6 report, and he made mention of the seating arrangement at the Burial Center. Based off that, is it a situation where you guys will be planning to host games at the Burial Center, and would it be on the grass field or would it be the artificial pitch?
No, the seating will be on the artificial field. One of the things that the artificial field is so important right now to our development. I mean, it's no secret that in Jamaica we can't take care of grass fields properly. I mean, it's no secret, So that is one of the reasons why we did the artificial field. But remember, the 2021 Premier League was played exclusively on that pitch, because there was nothing else going. Also, the Women's Premier League, probably half of the games are played there for a number of reasons. The women can't afford to rent a comparative venue. And then the spectators is not so much. So what we decided to do was to build between 3,500 and 5,000 seating there, so we could host games that would have been permitted to host there. It already have lights. Not is training lights now, but I can see that being
No,
improved
but
in the
the
future.
lights, because I was there over the weekend, the lighting there, I think it's good enough to host some games, because I was there over the weekend.
All right.
So
let me just take this caller. Quickly 50-50. Quick point, because like I said, we have 7 minutes and yeah.
Yes, man. Through the program, I feel like a lot of people, they're not kind of comprehending what a lot of the panelists or whoever calling are saying, especially Danny Judd. He made some good points about you see, despite the results of the Jamaican national team, even in recent times, a lot of Jamaicans are not really inclined to still support the team, because when it comes to the nitty-gritty in terms of World Cup qualification, have we like how we've seen in the past, right? We've had shortcomings in that aspect, and the notion is over the years is that the foreign players who are in the national team aren't good enough. And I think if you look at Jamaicans on a whole in terms of how we operate in terms of competing in professional sports, etc., we are people who are in it for results business. So if we're competing in a tournament, right, or we're trying to qualify for a tournament, and we have a certain amount of players or a certain selection of players who aren't getting the job done, even if at this moment in time we're getting results in whether it's friendlies or we're going to play the Copa America and we're doing particularly well,
it's going to take a time to change the minds of people to start supporting the team and get themselves back into the national stadium. Not because we beat Canada and we beat the Haiti and we draw to the United States mean that everybody's going to run back into the stadium. And I don't want people to feel like it's a wagonist thing, but when a lot of people have been disappointed for so long, then why should they continue caring, you know?
All right. Yeah, get your point. All
Well,
right.
I want to make a point, you see, because you see this argument about
50-50.
you see this argument about quota player. In the US, them having that problem right now. Where one of the legend of in the US, one of the legend, him was saying the same thing. Senior team, him can hardly find a player who play in the MLS on that team. So it's not unique to Jamaica alone, you know. That discussion is taking place in the American football right as we speak. Some people set us in people's fault, just like what is happening.
But Mr. Speed, our league still need to improve now, because if we are going to get quality players, and part of the manifesto, I mean, like at the coaching team, we're not trying to implement, right? And that are going to ensure, say, the talent what we have here are going to develop to a standard where it can match up with the international market.
And I agree. Yeah, I agree 100%. That's what you guys did in track and field. And we in coaching never follow suit. So everybody who have a ball and a whistle say them is a coach, and then probably do more harm than good to the players. And that is why we have this trust with the coaching education to get it. There's some semblance of order and make sure so the players improve. So I say the same thing. But I'm just saying that the same argument is in USA right now, where them saying the same thing. Nobody from MLS playing in the US team.
Okay.
Yes, Maxwell is right. That player was bashed. The player that I was talking about, who was a legend in US, them what time about. But that don't leave the point.
Oh, thank you. So a leader.
That don't leave the point. That don't leave the point that somebody express it and some people agree with it.
And that our leader at a profile. We just have to figure it out, you know.
What?
A leader at a profile that we say Maxwell is right.
Must win Maxwell. Me don't know that.
Anyway, yo, Coach Minzy. Oh, bro, anything else you want to ask me because yo.
Two things more I clarify: the grassroots and the academy. Because me kind of have me like the idea there again, but it's not too clear to me. So I explain how them are gonna do it. Is it a case where you have coaches at a certain qualification and run a grassroots competition or a training development program, and then you pick out the best talent and put in at the academy to go through the rudiments of understanding the system and philosophy of the national team. And the next thing, here you mentioned the festo about girls team from under 13 up. Did you know that? Because you have to try to get the interest of the girls, because at this level, that level, the under 13, not many girls are interested. They have leagues, and what they have to do is to add the girls to the boy league. So what them say, you as a coach will have at least 2 girls for your team. So how you plan to get the interest of girls at that level to develop it? How can you bring the JPL, the female league, up to the JPL level when the interest of girls not so much in a football?
Sorry. So the first question, you asked so much question at one time. Yeah, I remember. I must have get old, you know. So what was the first question again?
Academy and the grassroots.
Okay, so what is happening? Yeah, I remember, man. Remember, I was just kidding. What is happening is that every football system developed from grassroots. Grassroots is so important because grassroots, we know that maybe 2% of those players will continue playing. But what grassroots does is to ensure that you see every talent, you turn over every stone. And that is the way you're able to find the elite players from that level. Now, we don't have the resources to go much below, say, 10. under 13 player maybe to 11. Most 11, some 10-year-olds. We don't have the resources and we don't to do it right now. So we decided that through the parish association, we're going to ensure, and because again, we have a problem with traveling, and because of the nature of Jamaicans, they'll never allow their kids to not go to school, the parents, and some people, their kids at certain age, they want to see them every night in their bed. So we decided that what we want to do is to have, in the parish, we meet once a week, twice a week, somewhere. We empower the parish by giving them money to run these programs, some money, subsidizing it. And then they will, with those regional coaches in the parish, we're going to make sure they're at a certain level. They will be the ones who pick out the kids and send them to Kingston at the technical center on weekends. Because those kids from the rural area will never be able to come to the National Academy except on weekends. The one in Kingston, though, will have a rotation basis and invite kids to come in every single day. That is the plan. So they'll be exposed to national training. Now, in the National Academy, we will employ goalkeeper coaches, we'll employ full-time coaches to make sure so that when the kids come, they are exposed to national training. Now, this is not saying these are the kids that are going to play for the national team. There could well be a lot of them come out of that situation, but the coach of the national team will still be able to pick who he wants to pick. But what we are trying to do is, we're trying to expose all the people that we see that look like they'll go to elite to national training from an early age.
All right, Reggae Boy Central. What say you? Welcome. Good afternoon.
Yes, I've been listening to these discussions.
Sorry. What you saying, Coach Min?
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Why am I get the interest of girls?
Right. So look here, is two ways, right? So what we're doing, and we had it before, we had girls under 14 leagues. So we're going to introduce leagues at a young level. Jamaican is unique, If you tell them to come and train without a purpose, they might not. But once we said there's a purpose, so we're going to be introducing girls league in the parishes. We're also going to have a tier 2 women's competition. As a matter of fact, we have 9 Premier League teams now. We'll get application for about 5 or 6 more. So there's some interest, mainly riding on the backs of the Reggae Girls' success. We're going to have, you see those girls that play in the school system, at a certain age, we're going to have a club league that capture those set of girls. And it can happen, right throughout the country as best as we can. So we are trying to get up to 5,000 girls playing with all the different things that we're going to be trying. Now, I'm not saying we're going to be successful, but we're going to try. But what we have done in the JFF is to establish a girl segment different from the boy segment. Usually the women segment is just piggyback on the male. We have a general manager at the JFF now for girls, women football. She's in charge of women football. Just like we have a general manager, Roy Simpson, he'll be in charge of men. So he will not be the general manager for all. It will be sectionized now. So that is what we're doing. And then we'll be able to hold each one of those general managers accountable for the development of the league. Yes, we have some money to put into the Women's Premier League, and our where we're really going is for the Women's Premier League players to get a stipend. Even if they're not paid, that's where we're going. So we have formed ourselves into an organization, just like the JPL now. We have our directors who went through that process. We have somebody who's trying to court to be the chairman, an independent chair. They will get a 10-year MOU that they get the commercialization rights for 10 years so they can go out and market it. So we are in the process of teaching people how to fish, not to just give them a fish.
All right, go ahead. Final thing we're going to do before we close. Listen, the persons who are calling, the phone, must realize that the phone line them now work, but go on call because the phone line them now work. Brother. That's why we can't take any more calls. So, Reggae Boy Central, go ahead and make your point.
So on this quota system thing, right? My perspective, actually, as a person born in Jamaica that was raised in the diaspora, my perspective is that you have to have, even at every level, when it comes to the senior team, you have to have players born and raised in Jamaica. And I say that because these players have a very unique connection to Jamaica, and there's something inside of them that you cannot you cannot give to somebody else because they're born and raised in Jamaica. They have the lived experiences of someone born and raised in Jamaica. So when they go out and they put on the national colors, they will have a certain incentive that you cannot train inside of these other players and born and raised in England. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And I don't think that these English-based players should be really fought out. But I'm saying that there has to be some sort of a system in place that ensures that some of these players are in the national team. That's my perspective.
Yeah, and any questions from Mr. Speed? Or that's it?
You see, and that to me, again, as I said before, when everybody was upset, everybody have their opinion. That's a reasonable. He looks at it from a different angle. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Yeah, but
whether he's right or wrong, it's a reasonable conclusion to come.
Yeah, but the only reasonable conclusions you draw is the one that says that agree with what you say. That is the problem. You don't agree with my conclusion that you should be
he didn't agree with what he didn't agree. He didn't agree with the quotas. I don't think he did agree. He said you will get more out of some people because of certain things. That's what I get from it. And he said there must be Jamaicans. He didn't say agree with how much Jamaicans. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
No. What I'm saying is that Jamaicans are Jamaicans. So to say there must be Jamaican, to say there must be Jamaicans is also saying it must be Jamaicans. So here's my issue.
That's not what they said.
No, what you just said.
Let me say this.
Mr. Speed, you said it. You said he said that there must be Jamaicans. I am saying to you
local born Jamaican.
Yes. Let me say this. Right?
That is what he said. That is what he said.
Some people are arguing that the best players should represent Jamaica. My perspective is look at the senior team, right? If you have 3 goalkeepers from England that are better than Andre Blake, are you just going to get rid of Andre Blake? Like, can you clearly not see the significance of having a player like Andre Blake, who's from Maypen, right? That influence that it has on the players from Jamaica or the young kids in Jamaica, you have to have people like that in the national team. That's my perspective.
No, but Andre Blake is in the team on merit. What I'm saying though is that a player should be selected on merit, not on where he's born.
So when we were thinking about
that is the issue you're going to have.
But in cricket, when South America decided to put in a quota system for black players, we all rejoiced.
South America for cricket?
Yeah, of course.
South America.
They had to play with 2 black players.
Yeah. Here's my point.
Isn't that true?
South America.
South Africa. Sorry. It wasn't that true. Didn't they all rejoice?
No, Mr. Speed, you can't use those.
No, I'm just ask a question. Huh? Wasn't it true?
They can't use that context though because
didn't we all rejoice? But it's the same thing. They are also
Mr. Speed. All of them were living in South Africa. What we are doing is that we are saying is that because the people are in the United States of America or they are in England, they must understand that
all right. So when I was
the issue you have.
We were doing a.
No, let me make my point, Mr. Speed. If it is, all of these players were given the same opportunity, and the process was we selected 20 players because they are the better 20 players, and 19 of them were born in Jamaica and 1 in the United States. People would understand that, but we know before even they take the field that there is going to be non-selection based on place of birth, and that in itself is what we have an issue with.
To what extent though? To what extent? And what, like, when you're talking about like case by case, like which players are you talking about? Like if you're talking about
where's the history that those players who came to play here went to represent the national senior team after they represent us
yeah, but I can say the same thing of the players who are
no, but more players represent us at the senior level first time than who represented us through those youth teams. But
what I'm saying to you is that a lot of the players, if you go to even the under 20 team that went to the World Cup, only 1 of them are in the national team now. 1. So, and they were all local. So the same thing that happened with the domestic players happened with the players, the overseas born players. It's only Romario Williams from the last World Cup is in the national team from the under 20 alone. And all of them were here. So it applies in both contexts.
No, I'm not talking about somebody that go to a World Cup. I'm just saying generally, all the World Cup qualifiers that
no,
we
but
have
that
played
is my
in.
biggest thing, because the point I am making is that is the highest level. And you would think if anyone is going to transition, it would be these players. And only one really has.
No. But that's not, but you don't understand the game then, because most people playing the under 17 World Cup never ever play for them national team.
But do you know?
Other people come and pass them.
Let me give you this.
Very few continue.
All the World Cup champions in the last 5 cycles, at least 5 of the players who are in the World Cup squad played in under 20.
We can't talk about World Cup champions. We have to talk about generally.
Only a few transition, Manins.
Huh?
Only a few transition.
Very few.
Yeah. So the point I am making is simply this. While I understand that if no player playing domestic football ever plays for the national team, I don't believe that will happen. I believe that there are always players who will make it. No matter how good they are, we'll always find somehow, some way, we always find a player playing domestic who is good enough. Just like how you may see a Christopher Pearson. And you will not always have, because not all the players want to commit as well. But here is the issue. They must be given the opportunity, and then they don't make it on merit, just like the ones locally. I have an issue and I always say this, because there's going to come a day when my son probably want to play for Jamaica. And I would not want to know that the reason why he was not selected is because he is residing in the United States of America. I would rather know that he was not selected because he wasn't good enough.
I know that your son, if him don't make it, the problem going to be you. Not else.
Man, God, different argument. Don't take the thing for joke, you know.
Because you think he's a coach. Leave a boy alone and send him to a good coach. That is my thing.
Yeah, don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. But that go ahead, Mr. Go ahead, Binzi.
Your secret boss, man, you want to try coach you to play national team.
Hey, one of my friends from high school called me and sent me a message and said, him have 2 sons him think can play for Jamaica. I say, really? He said, yeah. I said, where them play? He said, them have a backyard, man, I play, man, and them good. I don't even answer him after that. I mean, let me tell you something. There's some things that I can't really talk on like this, but we have had some real issues. We have to really wonder what is happening with some of those selections. We have had cases where some people just play and the next thing you know, they're gone at university. They never ever look to come back to Jamaica because there's tricks and trade and everything. And that is, there's something I can't talk. And you guys know what happened to, don't pretend like you don't know on YouTube and know some of the problems that we have with some of these youth teams, whether it's local or overseas player. And sometimes because the player come from overseas. And you guys all know it, so don't pretend. But we have more knowledge, people WhatsApp us, we get email, we get all of these things about some issues. And we have to deal with it. So
one thing your argument consistent, because years ago you came on the platform and you say the same thing. It seemed to me though that just the number step up a little bit. It was 6 and it moved to 7.
Right. And we have whole issues, and people accuse people of doing certain things because some people whole accusation fly left, right, and center. So I always say,
Mr. Speed, I wish
when you reach a certain figure, justify it. We not an issue with 20 people there.
All right, but we go have to run on about the phone line working. I know this is a training squad, but again, there was a policy stated by you and the coach that if the players are not playing at the Premier League level, they will not. I look at this under 20 team coming out. A whole lot of players in there don't play in the Premier League football. And
Chris
they're
Smith,
in
the
the
America
training
team was
squad.
a senior team. We have no Quota in the senior team.
No, man, I'm talking about the under 20 squad. I just saw an under 20 squad released by
I wouldn't even know. I tell them not show it to me. I don't want to see it till you media people always get it before me. I really don't care.
No, that we get it. Me, I tell you that it is in contravention of what you said.
Of what? Who said?
What you said about what you said about players who will be in the under 20 team being professional.
That's what I would want. Yes.
Oh, so that is not the policy. That is what you'd want.
No, me personally. So there must be professional teams.
So the policy is schoolboy footballers can play then in the under 20 team.
Yeah. I am saying that if it was up to me, is only professional players. So that is what that is. Let me just say something else again. If tomorrow morning the under 20 coach come to me with 20 players from Barcelona and Real Madrid and Arsenal and Bayern Munich, the whole 20 of them are going. Okay. He would have justified to me, said them they must play.
Okay.
That's in my mind, unless them fire me. But if 20 of them, but if you carry someone from some academy, and they're not playing a football and them down in a conference league in England, me I go say, brother, where you go with them there? Simple. I mean, it's not. I mean, I said my committee might outvote me.
Opinions, we can't argue opinion, That
right.
Is not,
and my committee might still outvote me, and say must take all the academy players them from conference league, and some academies.
Means you have got to talk to you later, because me not run no show for no 5 hours, At half of my work day gone already. No much work me have to go do. Reggae Boy Central, you have to text me because what happens sometimes I can't send the thing to you directly. So you just text me so I can.
The other thing I want to say to you is,
yes, sir.
There was this big argument about who was the best footballer the world ever see. And me and some coaches in our group, some real top man, And we studied technical things, and we agree that Messi are the most gifted technical player ever born or created, right? But a lot of people never still think he was the greatest because there's other intangibles that make it to be great. And one of the things that they come up with, why I may agree with Reggae Boy Central, them say every chance Maradona and Pele got to go back to their country, them take it. Them going on the streets and everybody say, you have to carry it home for me, God. And that was one of the fuel that drive them to win the World Cup, so them winning because that connection to them feel like connection to them countries, and then the people are saying they don't know if even people like Rummenigge and the 10 robots because they come from Germany, that connection just drive them to go even harder, and that is why some people think say.
All right, Mr. Speed, do you know that Lionel Messi? Hold on, you know that Lionel Messi left Argentina as a child. Pele lived in Argentina for most of his years. So did Maradona up until he was around, I think 20.
And he go back every chance him get.
Yeah, but Messi left way earlier. So Messi's child.
You agree with me, do I know? You agree with me.
No, but there's two different things, though, Mr. Speed. To use those examples in terms of the intangibles, it's kind of way off.
No, it's not. What I'm saying,
Brazil.
I'm saying, no, it's not. I'm just making the point that a lot of us coaches believe that the reason why they perform better on the big stage is not talent or teams, is because them personally had that drive.
Yes, but you know that passion is expressed in different ways. Here, let me give you a good example. I know people who will play for their community, right? Who born and grow there, and you better make sure say when them forget their money, you pay them, because them now sacrifice no money. And we know people who don't born in the community will come there and play for free, right? Which one has more heart?
No. I am never saying even what I say wrong, I'm just telling that some people have these opinions. People have these. I'm not saying it's me say so. Look here, I'm just telling you that these opinions were said based on certain facts, tangible, intangible. So there's some merit that you prefer not to have a local team that have no local player. I mean, there's merit to that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Listen, people. Maybe Coach Minzy have to ask some of them questions upon the coaches desk tomorrow, and dive through the money because I don't know about anybody else, but this is close to 5 hours, and I am gone. So, Mr. Speed, thanks for coming on. Reggae Boy Central. Thank you as usual, Coach Minzy, Siobhan,
big up.
Brian. Yeah, man. Yeah, big up every time. Big up my friend Cranky. Oh my God. Hey, Mr. Speed, let me tell you this. You see the
But a cranky I leave, man.
Eh?
A cranky
Yo,
I
one people, let me tell you this. You see, like man like me, where when me hear them thing, I just and them thing I heard Cranky, you know. Me I tell you that, you know. Cranky want buy him ticket from now to 2026 for every game, you know. When he hear
Cranky not paying now.
Oh, you mean, man, Cranky? No, on a serious level, when I see Cranky, I'll get mad for me and I tell me saying want to debate me. When I see Cranky, call, doing work time, half time have lunch, you know him not happy. The one leaf man, them call him.
Well, I know.
Be able to eat.
Mr. Speed, you know the next thing what the man upset about. The fact said the quota system implement and it in the manifesto. But in order to build these stadiums, we now look towards. We now go engage the diaspora. That get Cranky cross last night. And the man said, nah, support it.
That's
because
fine.
if we now go put restriction, why don't want to restrict the money then?
Then we don't want all our money from him. We only want some. So we are give him a quota for
nah, good or none.
We are give him a quota. It's a piece of the money we want him fine.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, bless up on yourself. Now, thanks to everyone in the comment section.
Cool.
You know, yeah, man, big up on yourself. You know, good show, good discussion. Let's see, Sunday is a big election. Hey, we can bring cameras, come check out the election, sir.
No, so your name is on the list, you can't come in.
Police are going there.
Everybody, how your name? Height.
Hey, what on them? We have a big message to read, you know. We have a big message to read. What on the people? Let me read this here before we leave.
From when?
No, me never read it, you know, because I have to get your permission. You know, say, Coach means you shouldn't ask me nothing because me almost leak the information. Oh, wait there. What on the people?
Is it on leak now?
CD, your attempt to hide a numerous. To hide a numerous. You can't use a numerous still, you know. A numerous. You can't use you. Make me get very technical with it.
Just read it something now, Mannings, and then you point out where you have to point out. What do you, man?
CD, your attempt to hide a numerous grammar errors. You know, them thing hard for it is sad, especially when they could have used a simple app like Grammarly. And it's spelled wrong still, but we know what I mean. To save embarrassment. Then you try to hide the many spelling errors by calling them typos. This error-laden manifesto was brought to you by Team Fully Dunce. Too busy complaining about all the bright people and lawyers and wicked He was confused. He typed it in effect. But the biggest shame and hypocrisy is your feeble attempt to say the 7-member slate of Ricketts, which comprises all 7 sitting board directors, as new and justifying it because they played musical chair. They shamelessly cut and paste and copycat till when them steal the women department establishment, they forgot to change the numbering. I will not tell you where that is from. It was directed at Coach Minzy.
No, but Mannings, as me start to read, me pick Grammarly in me, no. Pick up the grammatical. So the Grammarly in me pick up the grammatical error. So me I say, oh yeah, say fully done.
Anyway, what me have to say is whosoever write that disingenuous, because the whole idea of the women's department that was conceptualized between me and Elaine Walker Brown when we went to Amsterdam. So, and we did say it at the board meeting. So, if anybody steal it, it would have been somebody else. That was me and her sit down and deal with that part. That's disingenuous.
Yeah, man. People bless up yourself. No damage, man. No apology, man. We're good, man. It show just nice, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. I am Manny's man. This has been I Am Sure Sports. We have come to the end of the show for today. As usual, when you get to this point of the show, we say we are over and we are OUT out of here.
Yo, watch about dog, SK New Erdis, the body out there, Sniper King I represent for I Am Sure Sports. You get to me, I say, when you want the latest news and sports and updates and all of that, check out I Am Sure Sports. You know the thing goes in. Remember, you cover the whole island. Remember Kingston, Westmoreland, Galchester, Ocho-Rios, Galtigo Bay, everywhere. I Am Sure Sports, check it out for the latest news and latest updates. Sniper King I represent. Where them feel like, ha. Yeah, someone on for the food from young, from where they knee height. I Am Sure Sports. Yeah, dog.